Good morning, all of you. Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Last class, what we have learned, do you remember? Class. Financial management. We have studied what are the role of finance manager, what is the profit maximization, wealth maximization, what are the theories, capital structure theories, capital budgeting. We have studied cost of capital, individual cost of capital and weighted average cost of capital. We have studied, and leverage, financial leverage, operating leverage. We have studied. Then capital structure theories, Modigliani and Miller approach, and in traditional approach, net income approach, net operating income approach. These are the theories of capital structure we have studied, right? Can you recollect all these things? We can.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Now let us study dividend theories. Dividend decision is also very, very important thing that will affect the wealth maximization as well as profit maximization. Why? Because dividend. What is dividend? Dividend means what? Profit is distributed to the shareholders. That is called a dividend, right? In the form of cash or shares, whatever it may be, right? So this dividend declaration to the shareholder, the policy of dividend payment is different from one company to another company. Some company may declare 100% dividend, 100%, that is profit what they have earned, totally they are distributing to the shareholders. Some companies they distribute only 50%. 50% they may retain in the business for further. Some companies 0% dividend declaration. Totally what they have earned, they are going to utilize utilize for further development of the company. So which decision is wise decision? So suppose if we are declaring totally dividend to the shareholder, what will be the effect? What is the our overall cost of capital, and then wealth maximization, value of the firm, how will it increase or decrease? So that is the decision making. Is it wise or not? So which one is the optimum dividend decision making, that we are going to study in this chapter, right? Definition for dividend I have given here. Institute of Chartered Accountant, TCI, distribution to the shareholders out of profits or reserves available for this purpose. So this dividend may be distributed in the form of cash dividend, stock dividend. Stock means shares, bond dividend or property dividend, whatever it is. Then dividend decision, I already explained you, whether distributing to the shareholder or retained in the business. So what is the impact? What is the relationship between dividend decision and value of the firm? That is the financial manager decision, financial management or finance manager wise decision for wealth maximization of the company, right? So there are two theories, relevance theory and irrelevance theory. What is relevance theory or irrelevance theory? Irrelevance theory, I already told you, whatever be the decision, whether 100% you are going to distribute or 50% distribute or 0% distribution, whatever be the dividend decision making, it will not affect your wealth maximization. That is the argument, irrelevance theory of dividend, argument given by, propounded by Modigliani and Miller. Modigliani and Miller dividend policy on the share price of the company, that will not affect the share price of the company, and there is no relation between the dividend rate and the value of the firm. Dividend decision is irrelevant of the value of the firm. Modigliani and Miller contributed a major approach to prove the irrelevance dividend concept. Let us see Modigliani and Miller approach. So under this Modigliani and Miller approach, we have to take up perfect market condition. You should not take monopoly market condition or monopolistic competition. You have to take only perfect. So in that condition, there are some assumptions underlying in this theory. The dividend policy of the company is irrelevant and it does not affect the value of the firm. Whatever be the decision, whatever be the proportion of payment of dividend, whether you are paying or retaining, whatever it is irrelevant. That will not affect the value of the firm. Under conditions of perfect market, rational investors. Rational investor means those who are investing, they know all the knowledges about the shares, company, everything. That is the rational decision making. Rational investors, absence of tax discrimination between dividend income and capital appreciation. What is dividend income? What is capital appreciation? What is dividend income? What is capital appreciation? Do you have any idea? You are investing some shares in companies. Okay. So why you are investing? What is the purpose of investing?
Good balance sheet, great dividend they are giving to the
Uh,
people, or a share would they sometimes the companies will give also share in terms of in the
no,
form
no.
of dividend.
You are purchasing shares, right?
Yes.
Why you are investing or why you are purchasing shares of any companies?
Yeah, that.
Two incomes, two way of income. One
Yes.
is you can get dividend from the company. That is one income. Another income, you can, the share price will fluctuate. So you are buying at a lower rate. You are expecting to increase the share price. So you, if you sell it in the share market, you can get money gain. That is appreciation. Okay. Shareholders, why they are buying?
Yes.
Buying at a lower rate, in future their expectation it will go up, price will go up, isn't it?
Yes.
That
Higher rate selling.
buying price and selling price difference amount is called capital appreciation. That is taxable. Okay. So in this assumption, tax discrimination between dividend income and capital appreciation is absent. Given the firm's investment policy, its dividend policy may have no influence on the market price of shares. So what are the assumptions? Perfect market capital. Investors are rational. There are no taxation. The firm has fixed investment policy. No risk or uncertainty. So these are all the assumptions underlying in this theory. Is Madigali and Miller approach, the formula P0 is equal to 1 by 1 plus KE into D1 plus P1. P0 means prevailing current market price, right? Current market price. KE is cost of equity capital. D1 is dividend to be received at the end of the period, first period. And P1 is the market price, expected market price or market price at the end of the period. So it is to be calculated. P1 is equal to P0 into 1 plus KE in minus D1. You can use this kind of P1, you can calculate like this, right? So the number of new shares to be issued can be determined. This is the formula, right? Let us see one problem, you can understand. RAM company belongs to a risk class for which the appropriate capitalization rate is 12%. It currently has outstanding 30,000 shares selling at rupees 100 each. The firm is contemplating the declaration of dividend of rupees 6 per share of the current financial year. The company expects to have a net income of rupees 3 lakhs and a proposal for making new investment of rupees 6 lakhs. So that under the assumptions, the payment of dividend does not affect the value of the firm. How many new shares issued and what is the market value at the end of the year? Do you understand what is the question? RAM company belongs to a risk class, appropriate capitalization rate is 12%. 12% rate of dividend, right? So it currently outstanding 30,000 shares selling at rupees 100 each. So the equity capital is 30,000 into 100, right? The firm is contemplating the declaring of dividend. Dividend per share 6 rupees. The company net income is 3 lakhs, right? After making new investment they are planning 6 lakhs. Okay. So what is the effect is? Let us see, use this formula. P0 is equal to D1 plus P1 divided by 1 plus KE. So here P0 is equal to D1 is 100. sorry, P0 is 100 rupees, value of the share. KE, cost of capital is 12%, and D1 is 6 rupees per share. P1 we do not know, right? So let us equate this formula. P1 is equal to, if you equate this one, you will get 100, and P1 is 106 rupees, right? Dividend is 6 rupees. P1 we do not know. 1 plus 12%. If you equate, you will get P1 is 106. If dividend is not paid, so dividend is 0. Instead of 6 rupees, dividend is 0. So now you calculate your value of the P1. P1 means current expected future market price of the share. Here 112 rupees. If you are giving 6 rupees dividend, your share price is 106. If you are declare no dividend, zero dividend, in this case 112. Okay, let us see how it is the value of the market value of the share are same. See here, dividend paid in case of 6 rupees dividend per share if you are paying the situation. If you are not paying dividend, let us see net income, both the case 3 lakhs. Total dividend, if you are paying 6 rupees means 30,000 shares. So 30,000 into 6 rupees. So 1 lakh 80,000 dividend you are issuing. So what would be the retained earnings? 3 lakhs minus 1 lakh 80,000. So 1 lakh 20,000 is the retained earnings, right? Here 3 lakhs retained earnings. Investment budget is 6 lakhs. Both the situation are 6 lakhs. If you are in raising new shares from the outside market, how many shares you have to issue? How much? See here, retained earnings 1 lakh 20,000 already you have. You need 6 lakhs. So remaining 80,000 you have to raise the new shares, right? So here you have 3 lakhs, only 3 lakhs you have to raise the shares, right? So 3 lakhs means here current market price is 106 rupees, right? Market price per share. Here 112 rupees, isn't it? Here we have calculated. If you are paying dividend, share price 106. If you are not paying dividend, share price is 112. So both the situation. Number of new shares to be issued. So for 4 lakhs 80,000 divided by 106. 3 lakhs divided by 112. So number of shares you can get, right? So total number of shares at the end of the year existing shares. So existing shares already 30,000 shares, right? 30,000 shares. Currently, this is 4,528.3 shares. This is 2,000 something. So total number of shares here 34,000 something. Here 32,000 something. Now you multiply with the current market price, that is expected market price. So 34,528.3 into 106. 32,678.6 into 112. So total market value of the share you can get it. Total market value of the share in both the circumstances will be the same. That will not affect your value of the firm. Whatever be the dividend decision, whether it is a 0% or 100% or 50% or 75%, whatever it may be, the value of the firm will not be affected. It is called irrelevance theory of Modigliani and Miller approach. Do you understand this? Yes. Do you understand? Okay. Next, relevance theory of dividend. It means yes, the dividend decision that will affect the value of the firm. That is the relevance theory of dividend. So there are two theory. One is Walter model, another one model. What is the saying? The directly the relationship between dividend policy and the value of the firm. Yes, it is a relevant that will directly affect the value of the firm. With the Walter model, it's arguing that always it affects the value of the firm, right? The formula it is given here. The Walter model is based upon the relationship between rate of return and cost of capital. rate of return and cost of capital. According to his model, what is theory, essence of the theory? R is greater than K. R means what? Rate of return is great when R rate of return is greater than cost of capital. The firm is able to earn more than what the shareholders could be reinvesting if the earnings are paid to them. Do you understand what is this? When R is greater than K, rate of return is greater than cost of capital. In that situation, retained earnings. If the company take decision making, maximum retained earnings, that gives you more value of the firm. Instead of if you are distributing dividend to the shareholders, if they are investing that money in somewhere else, that reinvesting money will be lower. But if it is in the company, they are investing in this company itself. That means rate of return, when the situation rate of return on return is greater than KE, that is cost of capital, right? The implication of R is greater than K is that the shareholder can earn a higher return by investing elsewhere. That is the meaning. When the firm R is equal to K, R is equal to K means rate of return is equal to cost of capital. So there is no difference. Whether you are distributing or retaining in the business, there is no issue. In this case, wait. Here, when R is less than K, rate of return is less than cost of capital, or cost of capital is greater than R means, so if you are distributing maximum dividend to the shareholder, that will be the more value of the firm. Okay. See, this is the formula. Walter model is very important. Problem will be given. Who is this making noise? What are the assumptions underlying this Walter model? The assumptions are the firm uses only internal finance. There is no external finance. The firm does not use debt or equity. The firm has constant return and cost of capital. Constant return and cost of capital. The firm has 100% payout. The firm has constant EPS and dividend. EPS means earnings per share and dividend. The firm has a very long life. So Walter has evolved a mathematical formula for determining the value of market share. So the formula is P is equal to B plus R by KE into E minus D divided by KE. So here D means dividend per share. What you are declaring to the shareholder, that is dividend per share. R is internal rate of return. KE is cost of share equity capital. E means earnings per share. Earnings per share means net income divided by number of shares. Net income available to shareholder divided by number of shares, you can get earnings per share. Say for an example, 10 rupees you are earnings per share. Dividend you may pay 6 rupee, 5 rupee, 4 rupee or 10 rupee, 0 rupee. That is different, right? So E minus D divided by KE. This is the formula for Walter's model. Let us do one problem, you can understand. See this problem. See here, the following information is available in respect of the firm. Capitalization rate is KE 10%. Earnings per share rupees 10 rupees. Assumed rate of on investment R is three situations are given. If rate of return, if it is a 15%, what is the decision? So what is the 8 rupees? What is the decision? Or what is 10%? Rate of return on investment, if it is 15%, 8% and 10%. So what is the effect of dividend policy of the market price of the shares using Walter's model? So let us take three situations. Rate of return 15%, 8%, 10%, right? So these are the situations we have taken. If 0 rupees is the dividend per share, so what is the effect? So if it is a 25% dividend payout ratio, So if dividend payout ratio 50%, 75%, 100%, what is the effect? Let us see one by one. So what is the formula? What is the formula? P is equal to dividend per share. Dividend per share, see here formula. D plus R by KE into E minus D whole divided by KE. So here dividend per share D is 0. We are taking 0. Dividend payout ratio is 0. So 0 plus what is the formula? R by KE. R is 15%. Here this situation we have taken 15%. That means 0.15. R is 15%. R divided by KE. KE means capitalization rate or equity capital. Cost of equity capital is 10%. So 0.10 into E minus D. E means earnings per share minus dividend per share. So it is given in the problem 10 rupees. So 10 minus what is dividend per share? The situation we have taken dividend payout ratio is 0. So put 0. Whole divided by KE. KE means 0.10%, 0.10. If you calculate the market price of the share is 150 rupees. You calculate it. 0.15 divided by 0.10. Here 10 minus 0 is 10. Multiply by so divide by 0.10. If you calculate, you will get 150 rupees. Right? You can use calculator. Then when the R is 8%, rate of return is 8%. So what is the market price of the share? Same thing, only you have to change instead of 15%, here you have to change 8%. 8 means 08. Don't put 80. 80 means 80%. Okay. So be careful, 0.08%. 8 you have to put. So if you calculate, the market price of the share is 80 rupees. So now you come to the third situation. R is equal to 10%. Rate of return on investment is 10%. So in this case, instead of rate of return, sorry, I did mistake here. Instead of 8, here it should be 10. So 0.10 divided by 0.10 into 10. So in that situation, you can calculate. See where I did mistake. Here instead of 10%, I put 8%. So you be careful. Here 10% you have to put. So 0.10, my 10 by 10 is 1. So into 10 divided by 0.10, 100 rupees. Okay. Come to the next situation. If your dividend decision is 25%, dividend payout ratio is 25%. So 25% means what? Earnings per share is 10 rupees. 25% means 2 rupees 50 paise is the dividend per share. So dividend per share is 2 rupees 50 paise. Here earnings per share minus dividend per share 2 rupees 50 paise. If you calculate, market price of the share is 130. Right? In the second situation, P0, can you able to see this one? P0, 2.5 plus 0.08 divided by 0 into 10 minus 2.5. So in this case, market price of the share is 85 rupees. The third rate of return 10%. So market is 100 rupees. So when R is KE, rate of return is equal to KE, all the situation, market price of the share will, there is no changes, right? When the R is greater KE, KE is cost of capital. See, the market price is greater. See all the situation. For 150 to 137.50, this one. If when R is less than rate of KE, that is KE is 10%, your rate of return is 8%. In that case, market price is lower. See, 80 rupees, 85 rupees, less than 100, right? So it is lower. Here, third situation, 50% you put it, you can calculate. 50% means 5 rupees. 10 into 50%, 5 rupees dividend per share. So here 75% means 7.5. Sometimes this situation will be given in the problem. Dividend payout ratio under this situation. So you have to calculate according to the situation, right? Do you understand the water model? Do you have any doubt? Water model is very, very important one. 10 marks question, definitely one problem will be given. Any doubt? Anybody?
No, ma'am, all good at my end.
Huh? Isma?
No, no, it's clear, ma'am.
Clear. Okay. No doubts. Let us do one more problem. See here, from the following information supplied to you, ascertain whether the firm is allowing an optional dividend policy as per Walter's model. Total earnings 2 lakhs. Number of equity shares 100 each, 20,000 shares. Dividend paid rupees 1 lakh. Payout ratio, sorry, price earning ratio, not payout ratio. This is price earning ratio. That is market price divided by earnings per share. That is your price earning ratio is 10. Return on investment 15%. The firm is expected to maintain its rate of return on fresh investments. Also find out what should be the dividend payout ratio at which the dividend policy will have no effect on the value of share. Will your decision change if the price earning ratio is 7.25 and interest rate is 10%? So, two questions they are asking. One is, what is the dividend payout ratio at which the rate at which the new, when you are issuing fresh issue, the market price of the share will be the same. There is no change. That is the one question. Another question, when your price earning ratio is changed from 10 to 7.25 and interest rate is instead of 15% here 10%. So what is the dividend decision, right? This model they are asking question. Let us see. Earnings per share, first we have to calculate. What is earnings per share? Earnings, total earnings is 2 lakhs are given. Number of shares 20,000 shares, right? So 2 lakhs divided by 20,000. Earnings per share is 10 rupees. Price price earning ratio is 10 rupees. Price earning ratio means what? KE you have to calculate capitalization rate. That is KE is equal to 1 by price earning ratio. That is price earning ratio is 10. So 1 by 10 KE cost of capital is 10%. That is 0.10. Okay. Dividend payout ratio. Dividend per share. Dividend per share is already given in the problem. It is 1 lakh. 1 lakh divided by 20,000 shares. That means dividend pay current ratio, current situation. Dividend per share is 5 rupees. Right? Walter model use the formula dividend payout ratio. That is dividend per share divided by earnings per share. Dividend per share 5 rupees. Earnings per share is 10 rupees. multiply by 100, that is what is the percentage? Dividend payout ratio is 50%, right? Now use this formula, Walter model. Dividend per share is 5 rupees plus here rate of return on investment 15%. Return of investment 15%, KE is 10%, into earnings per share 10 rupees minus dividend per share 5 rupees divided by KE, that is 10%. If you calculate, market price per share is 125, right? When R is greater than KE, what is your R? R is 15%, KE is 10%. So, you are distributing your 50% earnings. The dividend policy in this case, optimum dividend policy, when you are paying zero dividend, then only your market price will be greater. What is the dividend decision making under Walton model? When your return on investment is greater than KE, so maximum retained earnings will be the optimum dividend decision making, isn't it? 50% you are paying here. Instead of 5 rupees dividend per share, zero. If you put zero, your market price will be 150. So this is the question. What is your decision if in the current situation, maintain the current return on investment, what is your dividend payout ratio, right? So market price will be greater. Dividend payout ratio, if you are taking decision making 0%, 0% payout ratio, the market price will be the maximum. Okay, first question answer is this one. Second one, they want to increase the number of shares, right? So, zero payout ratio, that is payout ratio when this payout ratio is changing 7.25 and interest rate is 10%. 7.25 means what? 1 by 7.25, that means your cost of equity 13.8%. 13.8%. 1 by 7.125. KE is equal to 1 by price earning ratio. That is price earning ratio is 7.25. So your cost of equity is 13.8%. In that situation, return on investment is given 10%. Return on investment is lower than your cost of equity. So in this case, so you have to maximize your payout ratio will be the best decision making, isn't it? So 5 rupees per share, if the situation, the market price of the share is 62 rupees, 62.50. Instead, if you are paying dividends, see here, instead of 5 rupees, if you are paying 10 rupees, earnings per share fully, if you are paying 10 rupees, so what is your market price? 10, here also 10. So now you calculate. Point 0.10 divided by 0.138. 10 minus 10, 0, isn't it? So this plus divided by 0.138 plus 10. How much comes? Can you say? Ten minus 10, 0, multiplied by 0.10 divided by 0.138 multiplied by this one, 0, 10 by 1.38 0.138. So your market price when you are 10 rupees means it will be a 72.5. 72.5. Then calculate. If your dividend payout ratio, if it is a 5 rupees, your calculation 62.5. 0.10 divided by 188 into 5 plus 5 divided by 0.188. No, here it is wrong. 36.25 is coming 36.25. Anybody, can you calculate? You can use your calculator. See this. When your rate of return is lower than your cost of equity, right? Your dividend payout ratio present situation is 50%. Your market price is 36.25 rupees. Instead, if your dividend payout ratio is 100%, so in that situation, your market price of the share is 72.5. See this situation, uh, when our return on investment is 15% than KE, your market price is 100 and present situation 50% under payout ratio 125. So zero payout ratio, your market price is 150. Right? This is the concept of Walters model. Right? You understand this, all of you? Walters model, do you understand? Can we go for next one? Gordon's model. Any doubt under Walter model?
No, ma'am.
No doubts. Can we go next?
Yes, ma'am, but few of the people has raised their hands. I guess Sonia,
You can ask. You can ask. Anybody can ask. Simply they are raising. They are not asking. Yes, you can unmute your mic and ask. Ahmed. Okay, go next one. Next model is Gordon's model. Under Gordon's model, dividend policy that will affect the value of the firm under various assumptions. So what are the assumptions underlying Gordon's model? The firm is an all equity firm, not a debt equity firm. It is a equity firm. The firm has no external finance. Cost of capital and return are constant. Rate of return are constant. The firm has perpetual life. There are no taxes. Constant relation ratio, that is G is equal to BR, that is growth rate. Growth rate, G means growth rate is equal to BR, that is borrowing rate, right? So cost of capital is greater than growth rate. Cost of capital should be is greater than growth rate, right? Dividend capitalization model, the formula under Gordon's model, P is equal to E into 1 minus B divided by KE minus BR. That means BR means Z, that is growth rate. KE minus BR, that is G, growth rate, right? So price of a share P is price of the share, E is earnings per share, 1 minus B means dividend payout ratio, that is percentage of earnings distributed as dividends, that is 1 minus B means dividend payout ratio. KE is capitalization ratio or cost of equity. BR means growth rate. G for growth rate, right? What is the criticism under Gordon's model? Gordon's model consists of following important criticism. That is, it assumes that there is no debt and equity finance used by the firm. It is a very critical point. Why? Because all the companies might have combination of proportions of debt equity. Capital structure theory, if you are more utilization of debt to capital, that will be the maximum capitalization value, right? So if you are assuming that the company there is no debt to capital, so this model we cannot apply. Those company issuing debt to capital, right? So it is not applicable to the present day situation. Then KE and R cannot be constant in the real practice. Always KE and R not equal. Either KE may be greater or rate of return will be greater. So according to the Gordon's model, there are no taxation paid by the firm. It is not practically applicable. So every company must pay taxation. So these are all criticisms. So let us do one problem under Gordon's model. Raja company earns a rate of 12% on its total investment of rupees 6 lakhs in assets. It has 6 lakhs outstanding common shares at rupees 10 per share. Discount rate of the firm is 10% and it has a policy of retaining 40% of the earnings. Determine the price of the share using Gordon's model. What shall happen to the price of the share if the company has payout ratio is 20%, right? So let us calculate Gordon's model formula. P is equal to E into 1 minus B divided by KE minus BR. So P is equal to earnings per share. So earnings per share, it is given earnings rate is 12% into outstanding share is 10 rupees, right? 6 lakhs. They have 6 lakhs in assets, 6 lakhs outstanding common shares, 10 rupees per share. Discount rate of the firm 10% and policy has retained earnings 40%. Okay. So earnings per share is here 12% it is given. So 10 rupees into 12%, earnings per share is 1 rupee 20 paise, right? Rate of return on investment is 12%. So 12% means 0.12. Okay. So K is KE, that is cost of capital, that is discount rate is 10%. Sorry, here it is mistake. K is 10%, the rate of discount rate of the firm 10% and has the policy of retaining rate of return. Rate of return R is 12%. Earnings per share 1 rupee 20 paise. Okay. K is 10%, not 30. 10% means 0.10, right? So apply this formula. E is 1 rupee 20 paise into 1 minus B is 40%. Retained earnings, it has a policy of retained earnings 40%. That is 40% is the retained earnings. That means price payout ratio. Retained earnings 40% means what is your payout ratio? 60%, right? So that is why 1 minus B means that is payout ratio, retained earnings, right? B means retained earnings 40%, 0.40 divided by KE is 10%. right? KE 10%, minus 40% is the payout ratio. B means 40% retained earnings into R is return on investment 12%, right? 12%, 0.12. If you calculate, the market price of the share is 13.85, right? 13.85. According to the governance, இந்த மாதிரி mute it. Okay, listen here.
Papa, அம்மா வச்சுக்கிறேன் பாப்பா.
இந்த முழுங்கனியா அம்மாவுக்கு கோவம் வந்துச்சு. முழுங்கு.
இல்லடா கோவம் வரா.
முழுங்கிடு.
இந்த மாதிரி
வேண்டாம் பாப்பா, நான் தேய்ச்சிட்டேன் பாப்பா என்னையா.
இந்த மாதிரி unmute your mic.
போடும்.
இந்த மாதிரி
அம்மாவுக்கு கோவம் வரனா முழுங்கிடு இல்ல. முழுங்கு. அப்பதான் தந்தது. முழுங்கு. முளைக்கிறாளா?
sorry. Market price per share, now we have calculated, that is 13.85, right? So according to the Gordon model, if your price earning payout ratio, if it is a 20%, what is your market price? So payout ratio means 20%. Dividend payout ratio, earnings per share 1 rupee 20 paise. Your dividend payout ratio 20% means how much? 80% are retained earnings, right? 80% retained earnings. 20% payout ratio 20% means what? 1 minus 20%, that is retained earnings will be 80%. Why we have given here 0.80? That means retained earnings is B is retained earnings. Retained earnings, that is 80%. 1 rupee 20 paise into 1 minus 80%. So divided by KE is 10%. B into R, B is 80% into R, rate of return is 12%. So if you calculate, the price per share of the company is 60 rupees. So according to the Gordon's model, here see here rate of return R is 12%, right? R is 12% is greater than your KE. KE it is greater, so that when retained earnings is greater, the value of the firm will be more. So here retained earnings only 40%. Here retained earnings is 80%. So see the price of the firm. So price of the firm, when the price of the firm increase, automatically market value of the company will be greater. That is the concept of Gordon's model. Okay. So next, so what are the situations, what are the factors which are affecting the dividend decision making? So to increase the overall cost of capital and maximizing the shareholders' wealth. So, what are the factors which are affecting? Amount of earnings, stability in earnings, stability of dividends, then growth opportunities, cash flow positions, and then shareholders' preferences, and then contractual constraints. So, what are the contracts are there? Taxation policy of the company, and then stock market reactions, access to the capital market, legal constraints. So, these are the what are the factors which are affecting the dividend decision. Just like that, we cannot take decision making. Various factors we have to consider, right? Dividend percentage will also be decided in the general body meeting with the voting power of shareholder. So the direct board of directors himself they cannot decide themselves. So shareholders parts also important, right? So these are the dividend decision making related to the all the model general factors which are affecting to take decision making. There are three models, three theories are propounded for relevance theory of dividend and irrelevance theory of dividend. Irrelevance theory is Modigliani and Miller approach. Relevance theory is Walter model and Gordon's model. The formulas and problems we have calculated. So, in the examination point of view, like how capital structure theories, like that dividend theory also they may ask definitely. In 10 marks question, Walter model problem will be given, or they can ask you to give MM theory. MM theory with assumption, all these explanations they may ask you. So be prepared for all these theories, right? Tomorrow we will see remaining that is working capital. Four chapters are over, four units are over. Okay, so only one more working capital management. We will see in the next class. Okay, next faculty will be on waiting. So I'm going to close this class, right? Thank you. Yes, Ahmad, what do you want? You are raising your hands, but you are not asking any question. PPT, this PPT is, yes, this is my mail ID. You send mail to me, I will share my PPT. But when you are sending mail, you mention financial management second year. Otherwise, first year students also sending. I am confusing. So second year financial management, second semester financial management PPT required like that. You send mail to me, I will forward. Right? I will share my PPT. Okay, bye. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Are you able to hear me? Yeah, you are hearing. Good morning. Hold on, I'll upload the PPT. I'll present.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Are you able to see the PPT?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So today we are actually winding up our course. This is our 8th session, right? So I'll try to finish it up and have some time for discussions, clearing of queries, and any other thing apart from HRM. If you have to ask about DD also, we will see those questions. So today we will be winding up. Hope you all have gone through the book at least before this session. So we start, okay? So if you remember last week, we have seen that about the disciplinary procedures of the organization. Do you remember that? Do you remember, or we have to go back and come? So we saw the disputes, how the disputes will arise. The disputes can be of personal interest, or the dispute can be because of any grievances, or it can be because of the unfair labor practices conducted in the organization. So we saw the disputes, how it will arise, and how the disputes can be handled, if you remember, right? There are two kinds of handling of disputes. One is preventive machinery, which can be, the disputes can be prevented. How it can be prevented? When you are making rules and regulations properly, you can prevent. How else you can prevent? You can make the worker participate in the management while taking up the rules and regulations, deciding upon that. Or else, to avoid the dispute, you can call the trade union for negotiation. What we call that as collective bargaining, right? So if you have that in place, prevent the dispute getting out of control. The other one is a grievance procedure, a protocol for grievance. We call it as grievance redressal mechanism. It is again a full-fledged process with officers and employees working for that. It depends on the number of employees in the organization. If the employees are more in number, you would have a separate department for grievance redressal. So there will be a head for that and union employees, so that they will continuously look into that. If you don't keep a separate department when you have more population in the organization, what happens, the grievance goes to the head of the departments, right? The managers. The managers already are loaded up with the day-to-day work, so they don't find time to attend to the grievance procedure. First point. What happens? Second one is, in India today's scenario, if you see, there is no proper grievance awareness for both the managers as well as the employees. How many of you have heard about it, or how many of you have experienced some grievance you want to take to your superior, but you don't know the procedure, and your superior also doesn't know how to redress a grievance? How many of you have ever heard about a grievance redressal mechanism in your organization?
Ma'am, I have heard they will give training for us for the
Very
grievance
good.
person.
Very good. I think you are in software, right, Priya?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
in
yes.
software.
Very good. Because the number of employees will be very high. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, right. So that's what I'm saying. Apart from that, you can see that in many other industries. And another one thing why software industries are immediately doing this is because software industry is very close to the Western management style, because they are, what do you say? work with that. So you can see that the software industries would be the pioneers to bring in all these process and procedures to India. So in that way, all the other factories have big factories where lot of laborers work, grievance redressal mechanisms are there in place. There will be an officer to look into that. So if you have a proper protocol of how this grievance mechanism will work, that is starting from where you have to go and give a complaint, or whether it has to be a complaint or just a suggestion, starting from that, then where that has to be escalated, who will be checking on that, and what kind of inquiry has to be conducted, a committee or a single person or what, and the inquiry report where it should reach to, and what sort of action should be taken on to. So there is a protocol, a full process for the grievance procedure. If it is done properly, if you are able to have it in place, you can prevent a lot of disputes before it is going out of control. See, no one wants to start a fight immediately, right? If you have a grievance, if you have a problem, you would like to get it addressed to. That is what you want, a resolution, not a fight. You want the grievance to be solved, right? Say, for example, let us take in a factory where you sit and eat, a place. Near that, the drainage is stuck up and it is overflowing and you are not able to eat properly. Smell is very heavy. This is a grievance, right? Nobody is on fault for this. Something has happened in the drainage. It has to be cleaned up, right? Maybe that person is on leave, or maybe it is they are not able to do it easily. It is stuck. Something may be there, but it is not an excuse that the laborer should sit and eat in that place where it is stinking. Do you get the point? So it is just a grievance. If you have a grievance redressal mechanism, what happens? Any laborer or a leader, a trade union leader, whoever is sitting there, they can go to the grievance redressal. But before that, you could have applied or you could have told your person who is in charge of drainage cleaning to clean it up. If it is not happening, then it becomes a grievance that nobody is hearing to you, nobody is listening your problem, right? Then what happens? You have to escalate. That's when it becomes a grievance. So you are going to the grievance mechanism. So what happens? They will see that who has not taken care of, the complaint will be registered and it will be escalated. And when it comes to the higher authorities notice, maybe it will be immediately cleaned up. If there is no way to do that, what will happen? Slowly the anger accumulates, right? So the irritation and frustration of the laborers, when they are sitting together, one day it might burst out. It becomes a dispute. Are you able to understand? So this is what we call as preventive machinery. If you keep all these things in place, like tripartite bodies is the second one. If you have a tripartite body in the organization itself, which disputes cannot be resolved by the department or the grievance procedure, immediately they will take care of that. And as we have seen, the next one is code of discipline. The code of discipline is for both, for the employees as well as the employer, right? See, unless you are ready to change that, you cannot ask other person to change. That's what Gandhi said, right? Be the change you want to see. When you have to give a code of discipline to your people, to employees, you should be ready to adhere to a code of discipline as an organization. So code is for both sides. And the next one is standing orders. In this case, what should be happening? Right? Like there are dispute between two person and one employee has slapped the other. A standing order. He should be immediately suspended. Right? So these kind of preventive machinery will keep the organization in peace. A lot of disputes can be nipped in the budding stage itself. It will not be blown out of control. You can stop it then and there itself. Right? The next one is settlement machinery. When it is not, you are not able to prevent it, it is blown out, then it has to come to the settlement machinery. What is settlement machinery? You have to reconcile the parties, right? Both the parties, whoever is in dispute. As I told you, it can be employee and employee, it can be employee and the employer, employer and employer, employer and the government, or employer and any other stakeholder of the organization. Right? So with these two parties, any two party who are in dispute, they can be reconciled. Right? How to do that? You can have a conciliation board or a conciliation officers. Right? They are not like full time. They can be internal. They can be external. They can be of any other designation. Even sometimes a trade union can be a conciliation officer, or a GM can be a conciliation officer. Whoever the organization think is the right person to reconcile them. So if it is big, say for example, if it is the dispute is between an organization and another organization, the dispute is big. In that case, a board will be constituted. It will be called as conciliation board. The board will be having comprised of many members. It includes external members also. So the board will decide on how to resolve the dispute. The next one, court. Like if the one party is suing to the court of law, then the court of inquiry will take care of it. Voluntary arbitration. You can go for arbitration outside settlement of court. You can call for the arbitration, or it can be adjudication. For the industry line, there are three things. One is labor court. The next step is industrial tribunal. The final step is national tribunal for the industries. Right? So like this, step by step, so that the dispute will be taken care of. Right? So what is this? This is the discipline for individual. This individual discipline, once again, this code of discipline is two types. One is self-imposed discipline. The individual who has to take care as a personality, we ourselves coming under the code of conduct. Right? I think all of you have heard of the code of conduct. It is for everyone, top to bottom. So it is two way. One is you yourself imposing the code of conduct. The other one is by the organization. That is enforced discipline. Right? So what could be the self-imposed discipline? How you can make yourself stay out of the disputes. You don't want to get into the fights or disputes. How you can make yourself control out of that. There are simple habits to do that. What are they? When you are angry, don't take action immediately. Calm down. For that, easy way is count down. So you will calm down a little, then take the action. Whenever you are feeling angry or you are feeling that you will go out of discipline, think about your goal. What for you have come to the organization? What is the destination you have to go to? That will help you understand where you stand, where you have to go, and what will happen if you are crossing the border of discipline now. Right? The next one is why you start. You think that why you are in this first place. Think about that. Set small goals first. If you think that your personality is like that, you are not able to command yourself, then set small goals. See that how you can step one step at a time, and practice prioritizing, which is important. See, most of the time we will be responsible for any dispute that is arising with us. Most of the time. Sometimes it may be because of the external factor. So if you are able to prioritize which work has to be done first, you will not get caught into any situation where dispute will arise. To do all these things, 5 points, you should know yourself, analyze yourself. We have seen while seeing the personality, attitude and all that, right? You should understand yourself. Who am I? When I will get provoked? Who can provoke me? Or how I can get calmed down? When you know all these things about yourself, particularly when you know your weakness, what happens? You will be converting that into your strength. You will not allow other people to poke your weakness when you know what is your weakness, right? The worst case scenario is you not knowing your weakness, but the opposite party knowing your weakness. That will be the disaster, right? That will be like they can destroy you very easily. So it is essential that for any code of for self, you should know yourself first, and keep friends around you. Who can keep a check on you? Who knows you better? So, whenever you are about to burst, your friend can help you calm down. So, it is always better keep good people, friends who are trustworthy around you to avoid disputes in an organization. You may think that you are immune to dispute. You are no way you are going to be in the dispute, but it is not true. And many of my students ask me, think that in a white collar job, in a high level, what do you say, software industries or blue or white collar jobs, there is no situation for disputes. Is it so? Do you think so? Do you think all of you are not prone to any fight? You will not never get into any disputes? No way. Are you online? Anyone?
Yeah, human beings are prone to anger and greed, so there will be quarrels.
Very good. But what is the difference between the laborers and the white collar jobs? Why the disputes are often, you can see that we take examples in the factories and laborers. They emote easily than us. That is one thing, because the situation is like that. They work closely. The workplace is closer, and many people are together, and they have to interact with each other. And as you said, people are tend to have greed and anger, so they tend to have more disputes. But it is not true that the blue collar or the so-called higher level industries doesn't have disputes. Yes, there are a lot of disputes even in the higher level industries, right? White collar jobs also have a lot of disputes, but many times it will not be blown up, it will not talked out or shown out. Most of the time it will be, what do you say, reconciled inside the organization, inside the group. That's fine, but it is there. So even whoever, wherever you are working to, it is better to have your own code of conduct, code of discipline for yourself and practice, so that, as we told, you can travel towards your destination and not getting caught into the politics and the pressures of your peers or in the organization, right? No matter what kind of institution is, believe me, trust me, I tell you, it is prone to disputes. But the, what is it, the type of disputes may be different, right? It can be of abuse or harassment. We have seen so many things like safety, security, all these things, but it will lead to dispute. Then the second disciplinary code procedure is enforced discipline. That is code of discipline given by the organization to the employers. How to behave in the organization in set conditions or time, or how it should be in. That is called protocols will be given. A code of discipline set by the organization, right? So this is how the discipline has to be taken care of. And what is it process if the code of discipline is breached? Any dispute arises out because of the employees. What is the process? It is a formal way of the employer to deal with behavior, right? See, we always say that the behavior what you have as an individual need not always match with the desired behavior of the organization. Organization has a particular desired behavior, how to behave. Like, you can imagine like that. If you have kids or your younger brother and sister, how they behave at home is one thing. That is their behavior. When guests arrive, your parents are, if you are parent, you will have a desired behavior from your kids or sisters or even pets. If you have a dog, you expect that it will play with you when it is alone with you. But if somebody else is there, you have a desired behavior from the dog, right? It should not do like that. But imagine how the dog understands that, right? Unless you train that. So how do you train? You keep a set of disciplinary procedure. And if the dog misbehaves when a guest is arrived, what we do? We reprimand it, we punish it, we tell that we are unhappy with that. So what happens? We condition the behavior and they try to pull out the desired behavior from them, right? That is what exactly the disciplinary process does. When an employee breach the code of conduct, so the unacceptable behavior is to be reprimanded, right? So they will be punished. But one thing what it should be remembered is, for any process, the punishment is not our goal. Just 1 second. See, punishment is not our purpose, our motive, right? The motive is that the dog should behave well next time. So, punishment is not our destination. So, what do? We want to use that as a tool to pull the desired behavior, right? So, any kind of reprimand, the first, first action is to correct, right? So, you can make the process in that way so that they will get changed, not to punish them, right? So, how these disciplinary actions work? The first one is oral reprimand. That you need not even document it when they are not doing as you are expecting. What we can do? We can give a oral warning that you should not do like that. Who can do that? Superior can do. A trade union leader even can do. You can tell through the peer and you can do that. So it is not that it has to come through a proper channel. Oral reprimand is giving a warning that you should not do this. This is not an expected behavior. What is the second one? Written warning. If it is continued, right? So this is only for the second offense. First offense is always, what do you say? You can forgive that. But second offense you cannot take lightly because already caution has been given. So for the second offense, a written reprimand is given. Usually we call it as a memo, right? A warning letter. Usually that warning letter comes with an explanation. We will be asking the explanation why you have done that. Okay. So in the explanation itself, a assurance is usually taken from the employee that this will not happen again. Are you able to understand? So we get an assurance through the written warning that he will behave hereafter properly. So when it happens for the third time, so he is breaching his promise, right? He has promised that he will not do that, and again he is doing that. So third offense is a serious one. So what do? We give the final documentation. What is that? Suspension. Suspension is of different types. Suspension can be with probation. Suspension can be with payment, without payment. Suspension can be of a set interval. Suspension can be for a unsaid. It can be for as long as no interval is given. So there are a lot of kinds of suspension can be given. Suspension is what essentially you need not come to work. You cannot go to work. You have to stay at home. That is suspension, right? And if it is continued, again after suspension, he joins back, and if it continues, taken on from fourth offense, usually the disciplinary action leads to termination, which is called as dismissal. So this is how A normal disciplinary action process is taken in any organization. Any doubts in that? Till this is about all about the disputes and conflicts in an organization. How the disputes arise, how it can be prevented, how it can be redressed, or how it can be resolved through the judiciary system, and what it can be done to do it inside, prevent inside the organization through self and employer's code of conduct, right? Any clarifications in this? Doubts?
No, ma'am.
Okay, can we continue?
Yes.
So the same way, employer's code of conduct is also there, right? It depends. It comes from the association of employers, or the employer they themselves can write. It is like vision, mission, and objective. They make a code of conduct for themselves, like they will not exploit the resource of the society, or they will give back to the society. They will not give the bribe to any other for getting contract, or the bribe inside the organization will not be allowed. So all these things will be in the code of conduct, written conduct for the employees, right? So likewise, in many organizations, if you see, it will be side by side, code of conduct for the employees, code of conduct of the employee. Both will be displayed in the same place, so that it will give a boost, confidence to the employees that our employer is also ethical, they are also following, right? Okay, we come to the next topic, which is called as workers' participation. What is that? What is workers' participation in management? Any idea by the name? What do you think? What it could be?
Like one person represent at the worker side to the management. Is it something like that, ma'am?
Very good, exactly. But not, it is not that only one person, right? That is people from worker side, laborers or workers joining the board of the management. Not for everything, right? Workers' participation is not taken for the decisions that is not relevant to them. So we can see like this, wherever the important decisions are related to the workers, in that places, workers' participation can be taken. Say, for example, bulk hiring, a lot of people are to be recruited, or bonus has to be decided, or relocation of the industry, or a uniform change, new machines to be procured, technical advancement, whichever are able to understand whatever is going to directly affect the laborers. In those cases, it is always better that you keep some of the representatives. It is not that always it should be trade union leaders, right? It can be, you can select the workers based on the group, ethnicity, or anything, or the departments, right? The factor can be anything, but you can select some few employees to the participation, that is to the management participation. That is what we call as workers' participation in management. So how do we say that? If you can't beat them, join them, because see, you always, if they take a decision and it is not what do you say, good for the employees, workers, it will lead to dispute. So it is a win-win situation for both sides, right? The management also gets a advantageous position when the workers also participate in that. So they know that this is going to happen. They will go and say to the workers. Workers also take advantage, they are in an advantageous position, because beforehand itself, before the announcement, they know that what is happening in the management. So that's how this is good for both the parties. So how these workers' participation happens? How do we call that? First one is suggestion schemes. Any idea what could be suggestion schemes? What it could be? Suggestion schemes.
Like any changes in the policies or like factory, then they will welcome the suggestions of
Exactly.
welfare.
Very good, Priya, right. But not only policies, it could be of anything, any change, right? I tell you one example. There is a story that in Japan there is a practice of in organizations, if any change or any new idea is needed, what they will do, they will have a very big paper or board in a common room where all the employees can meet, like a canteen or a meeting room, wherever people can walk in. A big board will be kept and a lot of colorful sketches will be kept underneath. And whatever the change that is needed, idea is needed, the base drawing will be given in the board. And what happens? All the employees are welcome. They can take up the sketch. Each color represents one thing. Say, for example, red color. Already a scheme is drawn. Red needs change in that. Green, a new idea. Blue, some other thing. Like that, each color represents a thing. They can take up that particular color and write or draw in that. Right? This is a very common practice, and this is now practiced in many of the Western and Indian industries also. Right? Anybody can. There is no thing that this department people only should give. Any department, any designation can come and give the suggestion. Why this became popular? There was a very complex engineering problem, which there was a board which was not, they were not able to solve it. And one day they found that a suggestion is given by a person which resolved it. And when they found who was given, the one who was cleaning up the machine, a cleaner. At the end of the day, he comes and wipes out the machine, cleans the machine, and he was the one who gave the easiest solution, right? So suggestion schemes are very popular. There is another one, so to remember this, that you cannot expect where the thing comes from. A bridge was there, underground tunnel, and a big truck wants to get inside that. A truck with a container. The height was very correct. Still the driver wanted to take risk. He went inside the tunnel and it got stuck in between. Container was not able to move forward or backward. So the entire bridge was, traffic jam was there. Police, traffic police, everyone came. All of them were giving various suggestions that how to cut the truck or you cannot cut the truck or cut the bridge. It was not moving. It is stuck nicely. So everyone was thinking, and it was hours together. And there was a tug to the commissioner's pant. He just looked down and a small boy was standing near his pant. And still he asked, what is it? Then the boy told that instead of destructing the bridge, take out the air from all the tires of the truck so that some 1 or 2 inches it will come down. So you can pull back the truck outside of the bridge. Right? See, the suggestion can come from any place. And there is a saying, I say this for the perception also. Why they want to destruct the bridge, the people who were standing tall were looking at that. How the boy realized that the tires can be brought down, because the boy's height was that his perception was up to the tire level. So you never know that who can give. So suggestion schemes is a first platform where workers are often called in, right? The second one is works committee. This is a common practice in Indian factories also. There is a works committee. This committee talks about most of workers related ideas and changes, right? So works committee is inevitable. You have to call them because other people doesn't know actually what is the field. So they are called in the works committee, which is a very popular workers participation model, right? The third one is joint management councils. Many times I will teach you for theory, but in many times these councils and higher level representations, unless it is a threat this is for namesake. The corporates use this for saying that we have workers' participation in management. If it is in the true sense, we have to find few companies where in true sense they conduct joint management councils. But see, obviously when this will be successful, when both the parties care about the other party, that kind of empathy and mentality, maturedness is necessary to have the workers' participation a successful one. Okay, till we get that, till we have the corporates have the greediness to earn more, monetary possessiveness is more, it's very hard to make it success. Then board representation, we can have a few workers in the board itself, right? Very rarely. And co-partnership, this is like giving the stock in bigger companies or making the workers as a co-partner, that a part of a minimal part of the profit is also divided. So they will have that ownership, they will think that we are also partners. So obviously when you are doing that, actually the hidden agenda is, if you make them as owners and partners, what will happen? They want to earn more profit, right? They will think that this is my company, that affiliation will be more, bonding will be more, belongingness will be more. So that is why. And as a side effect, what happens when you are making them as co-owners? Obviously they will want to be part of the decision making process, right? Then ownership, this is also the same way, co-partnership. So if you are giving shares to them, making them owners, so they will also have a say in voting of shareholders. They become the shareholders, even though minimal. So they have the right to vote on decisions. So in all these methods, workers' participation can be brought in the management. Right? Any doubts in this? Do you have any doubts till this? No. Okay. So we start with a new topic, which is called as quality. It's an interesting topic, This is actually authorized by organization, but a voluntary setup. This is like a team, you can see, right? I've already told you, the circle, triangle, pyramid shape all have a meaning to it. What a circle means, circle means everyone is equal in that. Whoever you put in that circle, all are equal. There is no hierarchy, right? So what is this quality circle? As the name suggests, a circle with a purpose to enhance a quality. That is a quality circle, right? So what does this quality circle do? They can do anything they want. Who are they? Volunteer participants from the organization. They can be from the same department, from other departments. They can be of any hierarchy. Nothing matters. A group of people coming forward to put their work and time to solve a particular problem or to resolve a particular assignment, a task, to complete a task. That is the quality circle. No one pushes you to quality circle. No one can, depute you that you have to be in quality circle. It is based on voluntary submission, right? What they do, they can take up any task. Say for example, you have 10 machines in the factory and it has to be cleaned up because there is some problem in running it. So a group of people forward to make the quality enhancement and put their time. They can select their own leaders till the task is completed, right? Till the machines are cleaned. Or, for example, this is related to the organization. It can even be unrelated to the organization. Like, there are out of 15 people in a workplace, 3-4 talks English very nicely. Other are not very good in communication. So these people form a quality circle to teach others English, right? When they do, this is done on part of the work time and also apart from the work time. Who has to authorize it? Organization has to authorize it. right? So that is why, because sometimes fund is involved, right? Say by cleaning or this English teaching, you have to buy some books and notes, right? So when this fund is involved, you need monetary input. So the organization has to step in. See, after all, this is to enhance the quality of the organization. So they have to step in and they have to fund the quality circle. So how they do that? So they are like honorary chairman, like the GM or CEO or the product manager or production manager, sales manager, anyone who is on the higher level of management will be the honorary chairman of any quality circle. Like, what do you say, patron or any quality circle. And as I told you, no designations matter here. So what happens? You can select any of the people inside the quality circle to become the leader, right? One leader, one assistant leader will be there, one honorary chairman will be there, others are members. But usually the quality circle is kept small. If it is too big, the purpose will be diluted, right? So it is kept in a small, that's why circle we call a small circle, okay? So they do in any organization, any problem, right, is identified. As I told you, it can be inside, outside, the problem can be. So a problem is identified, it is analyzed by the quality circle, a solution is found out, it is presented to the organization. Organization will give training to finish this. So this is a full circle. This is how usually it happens, right? Say, as I told you, a new technology has come. So maybe there are, say, for example, 15 people, 15 mission men are working. New missions have come. 5 are newly recruited engineers. They know about the mission they can run. The 10 are senior people. They are not used to new technology. They cannot run these 10. So what will be the result? You have to send the 10, dismiss and hire new people. Is it okay? No. So the problem identification will be 10 mission men not understanding or not knowing to run the missions, right? Problem analysis, how to do that, how to analyze, whether they can be taught, they can be trained, because sometimes it may be new technology they cannot know. Find a solution, present it to the organization. Organization in return may train these 10 people and keep it for the company, right? So this is how a quality circle works, right? This is a, what do you say, a very good concept. This is very successful in many factories, even in India. And in one factory, there can be many quality circles. And I know in several factories, there are competitions among the quality circles. And the best quality circle is identified and even awarded by the organization contribution. Because unless you motivate them, unless you recognize for their work, see, when they are not willing to do their own work, this is voluntarily working. Are you able to understand? So the organizations in return recognize and appreciate them, they reward them. And sometimes if it is like, rich companies, they reward monetarily big sum, like the highest prize can be awarded to the best quality circle. Trophies are given. So this is a successful concept where lower level employees are high in population. In those kind of places, these quality circles work at its best, right? So this is one concept you have to know, right? We come to the other small topic, which is called women empowerment through participation. Why this has become a topic that we have to discuss, because the workforce, the population of women are getting higher and higher day by day. It is not the same 2 decades ago, right? It is actually getting higher side in many places, that is higher than the other gender. So this topic has to be discussed. Why the empowerment comes, because still you can see, even though the population is higher, women is more in the workplace, property is not given, right? how to understand this? Maybe, see, for example, if it is a manager, authority is in paper, right? But in reality, practically, that authority is, they're not able to implement it. Do you get my point? It is in the system, in the society, particularly in the culture like India. We don't listen to women, right? We think always that they are inferior gender. We relate the physical smallness to intellectual smallness. Whose fault is that, right? It is not that just because women are small, they are fools. They also say have the same intellectual capacity, but men tend to see that women cannot decide, women cannot rule, women cannot take proper actions, women are very emotional, they're not strong. So these are all the myths, these are all the beliefs that has been infused in the blood itself, in the society, right? I say that this starts from the education. You know, we have educated the women. The literacy level for women has gone higher and higher, but we forgot to educate the men on this matter, that women are also getting educated and they are also equal. We forgot to teach that to our sons. So there comes this problem, right? But when we have started talking, you know, the generation by generation, automatically it will come up, right? I can see that I am witnessing actually the three generations, how my father and mother, me, and next generation. Now we can see that it has gone nearly one full 180 degrees. Now I feel that it is going to go the other side, right? There will not be a day soon we are going to talk about the men empowerment. It will also, it is going to come. So it has to change in the workplace that women, if they are in the higher side, in the managerial places, they should be heard, they should be respected. That is what this women empowerment is about. We call it as a glass ceiling. I think I have told you about that. Glass ceiling is like even though 50-50 in the entry level, right? When it comes to CEO or the highest level, the percentage is not even 1%. What about the 99%? All the other men comes to the top position. You can say, you can count how many CEOs are there in the world, women CEOs, right? 99.999% are men. Entry level, it is 50-50. Can you see? So how this can be done? Through participation. This has to be implemented. Slowly, this will come into work, right? So with that, we complete the course. So as I told you, 10 minutes is left out. If you have any queries, you can ask me. You can type in the chat box or you can ask.
Ma'am, can you please share the PPT?
Yes, we will share it. As I told you that I don't know whether it can be uploaded. But I'll share the PPT if you.
Ma'am, still the files, other subject PPTs are not uploaded
Little bit louder, Vanita.
in
Not
the
able to
website,
hear you.
ma'am.
Come again. What is that?
Ma'am, other subject PPTs are still not uploaded in the. So
That's
only
what
I ask you the PPT. If you have any your mail ID, can you please send the mail ID?
Yes,
if
I
I
will
think-
share.
What, ma'am?
I will share. No problem. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yes. Anything else?
Will you sharing in mail ID or
But
otherwise
remember that
college
PPT is
website?
only a teaching tool. Remember that. Okay, that is for us to teach. It is a teaching tool, not a learning
Yes, ma'am.
tool.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
it's not
Because it is.
exhaustive. The base to write your examinations, because it's not explanatory. It is only teaching tool. I am using pictures
Okay.
and other things so that you will understand the concept, right? But the concept you have to study through.
Yes, ma'am. It is very easy to understand. It is
Yeah,
easy to understand. So
Yeah.
only we
So
are
for
asking.
that you can use, but don't use it for writing the answers in the examination, right?
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Right. Okay. Anything else? Any other queries? Okay. So I thought we will have 10 minutes for clarification of queries if you have any. As I see that no queries, I think we can wind up the session now. Shall we?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, particularly Priya, Vanita, and others who were having the conversational class so that it was alive. Thank you very much. So, you can, as I told you, we are faculty of DDE. You can contact us through email or phone during the work hours. We will be happy to help you with the queries if you have any. Right? Okay. So, for those who are in HRM specialization, hope we will meet in the next session, third semester also. I will, as I am HRM, I'll teach any HRM papers to you. We will meet in the next session also. For the others, best of luck. Have a nice weekend and prepare well for the examinations. A small tip is second semester is a good, what do you say, area to score good marks, like to get first class, right? So don't miss the opportunity. Second semester papers are easily you can get first class. So study properly and best of luck for your examinations, right? Thank you very much.
Ma'am, when will be the second semester exams, ma'am?
We are expecting it to be announced during May or June. Probably it would be around June, I think. We are not very
And
sure
the
because
results of person, ma'am?
Inama,
Results of person.
it is getting ready. I think it should be out anytime,
Okay,
right?
ma'am. Thank
Yeah,
you. Yeah.
it's ready as far as I know. It should be getting out anytime. Okay. Okay, so we will meet in the next semester, right? Thank you very much. Thank you for the wonderful sessions. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your wonderful
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, students. Students, are you able to hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all of you. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, can you see my PPT?
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
It's visible. Okay. Shall we start now? Hello.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay. So let us start. Once again, I welcome for marketing management, and today we are going to discuss about unit 5th, that is promotion decision, right? And in this unit, we are going to discuss about what is promotion and what is marketing communication, what is the marketing mix, promotion mix, what is the importance of advertising, difference between advertising self promotion, then advertising program, types of media, then personal selling, direct marketing, etc. We are going to discuss. Okay. So out of your 4P, like we discussed, total, how many P's are there total in marketing mix? Hello, students.
4 P's of marketing.
4 P's and additional 3 P's also I told you. There are total 7 P's of marketing,
Yeah.
isn't it? The traditional 4 P's, product, price, place, and promotion. And other 3 P's are people, process, and physical evidence, isn't it? So out of this 4 traditional P's, we have discussed about product, place, price. All the 3 things we have discussed. This is the today we are going to discuss about the 4th 3, that is promotion. Okay. Now let us see what is promotion. As you know that promotion is a key part of marketing program. Once your product is ready, you have settled the price, then distribution also you have decided how to distribute the product. Then until unless you promote your product, then it will be very difficult for the customer to know about your product, because customer need to know the product, its price, its availability. So when the product is launched newly in the market, the customers are not aware of it. What you need to do, you need to promote your product. Promotion of product can be done in various ways, which we are going to discuss in later stage in this class. And promotion, you can say, it is the persuasive communication of the marketing program to target audience. You have already targeted your audience, like we have discussed, like segmentation, targeting, and positioning in product unit. First you need to select your segment, then you have to target your customer, then position the product in such a way in the customer's that customer think about the moment he thinks to fulfill his requirement, he will think about your product. So positioning should be very strong. So it is a persuasive communication of the marketing program to the target audience. It is goal-oriented program with an objective. So it is goal-oriented program in the sense you need to set your goal that what will be our sales reach, what will be our target. You have to set the target and you need to achieve that one. For that, you should have some objective. What are those objectives? To create brand awareness. You need to create brand awareness among the customer, because customer need to know about your product and brand. So how familiar brand is and how they perceive the product of that particular brand. If it is a new brand or new company, then you need to promote a lot and to create positive impact in the customer's mind that we are the company producing a right product for you to fulfill your requirement. And to educate the consumer, you need to, why you are promoting, you are educating the consumer about your product. Product may be of different nature. You need to communicate them whether they were aware of the product, aware of the company, or they should whether they have the knowledge of such kind of product which you are launching into the market. If your product is very innovative and new one, they may not be knowing its function. If it is an industrial product, for example, if they do not know the function, then you need to teach them or educate them how to do that, what is the function of the product and how it works. So educating customer is also one of the objective of promotion. Then to create a positive image, you want to create a positive image in the customer's mind that yes, we are the right company and we are the ethical company and we are the company launching the right kind of product for you. So to create positive image in the customer's mind, because similar type of product many companies are launching, it is available in the market. Until unless you create some kind of positive image in the customer's mind, they will not come to buy your product. Next is to build preference. To build preference in the customer's mind that yes, this is the right kind of product. Once you position the product very strongly, then they will think about that this is the product what they want. The ultimate goal is to sell the product or service to the consumer. What they want to do? Ultimately, they want to sell the product to the consumer. Is it clear? Students, are you listening me? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are listening you.
Yeah, okay. Then let us see what is marketing communication. Marketing communication, we have one of the four major elements of the company's marketing mix. What we called as promotion. Marketing communication here, you are promoting, you are communicating to the customer, you are communicating to the mass of the people to inform them about your product. It is the one of the element of 4 P's of marketing or marketing mix. That is the last P, promotion. The objective and importance of marketing communication are behavioral modification. What you want to change, the behavioral modification of the customer. Because once you promote the product, you inform the customer about the product. Then if it is a positive impact, then their modification, their behavior change will be there. Yes, this is the product. Now we want to buy this kind of product. And this is the right kind of product for me. The next is objective to inform. What is your objective? You want to sell the product so that you will inform them this is the right kind of product, right price, and availability is wherever you need, it will be available, and you are in giving them information about that one. And objective to persuade. What is your objective? You are persuading the consumer that yes, you buy this kind of product, our product, that we are fulfilling your requirement. We are the best product in the market. So you need to, we are the unique product, or some kind of differentiation or innovation should be there in your product. There should be some USP, unique selling price, so that you can convince the customer, persuade the customer about your product to purchase. And sometimes what is that? Reminder objective. You give them reminder. People may be forgetting about your product. They must have forgotten. Long time back they have bought it. So you need to time remind them, yes, we are still existing in the market. You need to create a reminder, give reminder to the customer about your product. Then a specific objective. If you have certain specific objective that you need to communicate to them, then you can do. So these are the main objective of communication, marketing communication. The 5 major modes of communications are advertising, sales promotion, public relation, personal selling, and direct marketing. The main communications are done by this 5 type of communication, which is called as next year we'll see promotion mix. This 5 type of communication. There are other kind of communication also are there. So basically, the main 5 communication we have considered here. The component of promotion mix are advertising, personal selling, sales promotion, publicity, and direct marketing. So these are the way you are promoting or you are communicating to your customer or the mass media about your product. So next, let us see advertising. What is advertising then? Advertising is a paid form of non-personal presentation and promotion of idea, goods or services by an identified sponsor. Advertising, what is advertising? It is a paid form of non-personal communication, non-personal presentation. You are present to the mass, you are present to the whole uh, mass of the people. You are not communicating to any individual. It is not a personal. It is a non-personal presentation and promotion of what? Promotion of ideas, goods or services. You can promote your idea, you can promote your goods or services by an identified sponsor. There has to be some identified sponsor. You must have seen that some of the program in television. While watching that, you can see that they will be advertising this part of the program is sponsored by so and so. So there has to be identified sponsor. We'll discuss later in detail advertising. Next component is in promotion mix, personal selling. It is that oral presentation to a buyer for a purpose of making sales. What you are doing, personal to the customer and orally presenting to the customer about your product, and you want to sell the product to the individual customer. That is personal selling. The third object is sales promotion. You are promoting sales here. That is, promotion is in total marketing communication. You are promoting your product. Here sales promotion. Sales promotion is you are promoting your sales. So promotion and sales promotion, don't confuse, don't think it as a same. Sales promotion is the part of promotion. Okay, the sales promotion is the part of promotion mix. And promotional method using special short-term techniques to persuade members of a target market to respond or undertake certain activity. What is sales promotion? It is a promotional method. You are using short-term technique. In case of sales promotion, you are using short-term technique. Short-term technique in the sense, you must have seen in some of the product, if there is a sales promotion, so they must have mentioned 10% discount or buy one get one till stock lasts or till 31st March. So that is the short-term technique. It is for the short-term. You are promoting your product to persuade members of a target market. What you are doing? The target market, who are your target customer, you are persuading them to buy the product and convincing them to buy the product, and the offer is for short term and to respond or undertake certain activity. What they need to do? They need to respond or undertake certain activity. What is to respond? Either they have to buy or undertake certain activity. Like some of the slogan writing competition. If you are the winner of that one, you will be getting free air ticket to holiday tour. So that is, you need to do certain activities, or you need to buy any activity. You have to, in sales promotion, you need to do some kind of activity. Whereas in advertising, no activities are required. In later stage, we'll discuss about the difference between advertising and sales promotion. Next is publicity. What is publicity? It is the volunteer coverage of some activity by media that is not. In case of publicity, it is not necessary that it will be paid for. So it is a volunteer coverage. Voluntarily, people are communicating to the other customer or other potential member or other friend circle for some activity by media that is not paid for. Through media like social media, you might be informing your friends about the product through social media like WhatsApp group or Facebook or LinkedIn, or by using any Twitter you are using, or by writing or by mail like this you can. But this is not paid form. Unlike advertisement, it is not paid form, whereas advertising is a paid form. The next is direct marketing. What is direct marketing? Service the customer state without involvement of third party in between. So we have discussed last class, we have discussed about the third party, the distribution channel. So who are the distribution channel members? Like wholesaler, retailer, kirana shop, dealer, all these are intermediaries. So in case of direct marketing, there is no intermediary in between. Directly it will go manufacturer to buyer. It will go to directly to the buyer. So in between there is no third party. So it is serving the customer straight without involvement of third party. There is no involvement of third party here. So these are the once the question is being asked, what do you understand by promotion, promotion mix, and what are the component of it? You can write the definition of promotion. What do you understand by promotion? Then you can write promotion mix, and components of promotion mix are advertising, personal selling, sales promotion, publicity, direct marketing. You can write internet marketing, public relation. You can include these are the components of promotion mix. Next, let us discuss about in detail about advertising. What do you understand by advertising? Day-to-day life, you must have seen that lot of advertisement are given in even television, watching television, in your cell phone, in internet, everywhere you can see before doing any work, advertising will come. In your email, lot of advertisement comes. So what is advertising and how it is being done? Before that, we should discuss the communication should marketing communication. It should be very clear to the customer. If there is any ambiguity or any confusion, then it will create difficulties for selecting a product by the customer. Because until unless your communication is not clear, the customer will not they will not come to know the what kind of product you are selling. So there should be very clear. For example, if one is launching a scooter or launching a car, if the purpose of car is not very clear, whether it is for the this is family car or it is for the using of some other transportation purpose, it should be very clear. For example, to take the case of Wagoner, whether it is a family car, what is the transportation purpose. So that should be clear in the mind of a customer. When a person decides to buy a family car, it is to be very clear in his mind that these are the family cars are available. If he is not able to decide which one is family car, which one is this transportation car, then it will be difficult for him to select those particular car in his list, because the here company, it is the duty of the company to communicate their customer which type of car they are launching, who are the for whom the product is made. So it should be very clear. If there is any ambiguity in this one, it will be create lot of difficulties for selling the product. So the advertising. Now let us see what is advertising. American Marketing Association defines advertising as any paid form of non-personal presentation and promotion or ideas, goods or services by an identified sponsor. Here you can break into several parts. It is any paid form. It should be very clear that advertising is a paid form. Any paid form of what? Non-personal presentation, non-personal or communication. It is not personal to anyone. Advertising is non-personal. It is to the mass market you are communicating. And promotion of what? Ideas, goods, promotion of ideas, goods or services by an promotion of what? Idea, goods or services. It can be idea, it can be goods, it can be services, it can be person, it can be place. So as in product chapter we have discussed about what do you understand by product and goods and services. There are goods and services. Goods are tangible and services are intangible, and there are a lot of other differentiations are there, like intangibility, heterogeneity, inseparability, then no ownership. Do you remember all those? The difference between goods or services are goods are tangible, whereas services are tangible. Goods are, in case of goods, you can separate the owner from the goods, but in case of services, it is not that. You need to consume. It is both together. Until unless you fly by aeroplane, you cannot feel the thrill of aeroplane. So you have to consume. Once you've flown, then only you can understand the services. But in case of services, good physical good, you can see, you can touch, you can feel. But in case of services, it is not like that. In services, it is perishable in nature. Goods you can preserve for longer time, but services, if you are not taking the service, make use of service, it will perish. For example, if the if the hotel is having 100 rooms, out of 100 rooms, 70 rooms are booked and 30 are vacant. But next day he cannot say that 100 plus 30, 130 I will sell. It is not like that. 30 has gone means gone. But in case of goods, physical goods, if 100 are there, 70 are sold, 30 are left over. Tomorrow you can 100 plus 30, you can make it. But in case of services, it is not. It is perishable in nature. So what are the other difference between goods and services? The goods are, you can say that I am the owner of this particular car. For car is a good, suppose I am the owner of this car. But in case of services, you cannot claim that I am the owner of the services. Once services, you have consumed the service, it is over. There is no ownership. And in case of goods and services, services are heterogeneity in nature. Some people may like, some people may not like. For example, if you have gone to restaurant, some of your friends, some of them they like the food, some of them they don't like, because it depends on their choice. So heterogeneity. And another example, suppose you have approached to a front desk manager in a hotel. Sometimes the front desk manager, he behaves very nicely and sometimes very rudely. So this variation will be there. It is very difficult to standardize the service. Of course, most of the services they try to standardize, but it is not that easy to standardize because it depends on person to person, vary from choice of person to person. Even though if you standardize, still some person may not like it. It may not be suiting to their choice or liking. So these are the difference between goods and services. So here it is a paid form, non-personal presentation of and promotion of what? Ideas, goods or services by an identified sponsor. There has to be one identified sponsor. So this part of the program is sponsored by suppose Samsung company. So you can see that this part of the program is sponsored by advertising. You can see that they will be mentioning that this part of the program is sponsored by so and so. So there has to be sponsorer. This is the definition of another definition given by Russell and Lane, who defined advertising as a message paid for by an identified sponsor. A message paid for. That means message is paid for. It is to be in the paid form. Earlier also any paid form. EMS says any paid form. Here also a message is paid form by an identified sponsor. There has to be a sponsor who is to be identified. Who has given this advertisement? Which company? Which organization? It has to be identified and delivered through some medium of mass communication. It is your mass communication in it is non-personal. You are not communicating to any individual. It is a mass communication to the mass of the people. You are communicating through some medium. Medium may be, there are various medium, like it can be print medium, it can be electronic media, it can be audiovisual media, it can be outdoor media. So through various communicated, like advertisement you can do various ways. Like in newspaper, you can give advertising. You can in television, you can give advertising. You can in airport, big hoardings or highways, big hoardings. You can put outdoor video. You can communicate through the FM or radio. You can communicate through video. All this, even through the social media, you can communicate. So there has to be some media. So what are the component in advertising? It is paid by the sponsor. It is a paid form first, and which is to be paid by the sponsor. The company which is sponsoring the advertisement, he has to pay to the advertising agency. It is its sponsor is identifiable. So in case of advertising, the sponsor has to be identifiable. If you are not able to identify it, it is not given the name or this company's name, it cannot be called as advertising. As part of advertising is missing. Its sponsor is identifiable. It's non-personal. It is not to be any personal one-to-one like personal direct marketing. It is not to be done like that. It is non-personal. It is communicated to everyone, whole mass. It can be used to promote what idea, goods and services. It can be used to promote idea, goods and services. The content of advertising are controlled by the advertiser. The content is designed by the advertiser. Whatever he wishes to inform to the customer or to the mass media or mass people, so he has to design the communication content, what he wanted to communicate. It is associated with mass media. It is not personal. It is associated with mass media. It seeks to ultimately persuade the target audience. What ultimate the objective is to persuade the target audience. Who are the target customer? Based on that, you are promoting your product or giving the advertisement. Your idea is they should be persuaded to buy your product. Bias is inherent in advertising as it seeks to be benefit the advertiser. Advertisers want to get the benefit, hence bias is inherent. So these are the different components of advertisement, and these are to be okay. Is it clear? In case of advertising, how you are communicating, like it may be through some object or through picture. When the customer sees that or video, he should understand that what exactly you want to say, what exactly company want to communicate to the customer. For example, take the case of Dove soap or baby soap. When you Johnson baby soap, when see the picture, mother is giving birth to the baby and baby is smiling. And what in communication you are doing to the customer, that we are making our product is so child friendly. Even while giving birth, baby is smiling, and with the mother is with the love and care. Like mother, our product is also taking care of the baby. So that is the main objective what you want to communicate. If it is communication is not very clear, then customer will not understand what you want to communicate to them. Student, is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Next, let us see importance of advertising. What is the importance of advertising? It is way of communicating information to the customer. What we are doing, you are informing, communicating to the customer about your product. Not only your product, its a price, its availability, it's regarding the details of the product, everything you are communicating to the customer. Manufacturer concern communicate to an audience either to sell or promote a product. Again, same objective. What you want to do, persuade the customer to sell your product and to promote your product. that you are the right kind of product what customer wants. Fundamental right of freedom of speech. It is the fundamental right of individual to for freedom of speech. So you can communicate ethical communication or ethical thing. You can communicate to your customer. Improving in development of productivity. You can develop in your productivity when you communicate to the customer. You can develop your productivity. Economic growth of country. You can develop the economic growth of country because once product is sold, you are earning profit and generating profit and giving tax to the government. So economic growth of the country is also included in this one. So these are the importance of advertising. Now let us see the steps in advertising program. What are the steps? Before advertising and after advertising. You see, before advertising, you can define the market, select the target market. What you have done, you have select the target market, STP, segment. You have select the segment, you have to target the market and define the market. Define market is which is your segment. Select the target, means who are your target group. Then after advertising, what you need to do, measure the effect of advertising to determine whether it would help to achieve the target. What the target you have set, whether it is possible to achieve through the advertisement or not. They need to measure the effectiveness. There is one theory called a Dagmar theory. Define advertising goal and advertising, measure the advertising. Measure the result. Dagmar, define advertising goal and measure the result. So there are various way of determining whether your it is advertising effective or not. There is a various method of measuring the advertising effectiveness. So if time permits, next class we will be discussing in detail. Then motive. What is motive? Motive to before advertising. What is your motive? Identify what makes people to buy. Your motive is to convince the people to buy your product. So how will you do that? So after advertising, what is the compare the consumer buying motive and the advertising appeal. Whether your advertising it is appealing to the customer or not, people are convinced or not, whether they are buying or not. You can measure all this. Then media, you have to evaluate the effectiveness of media. So regarding media, before advertising, what you are doing, decide about the media mix. Again, you can see another terminology has come, media mix. We have discussed earlier many mix, like marketing mix. Marketing mix means 4 pieces of marketing or 7 pieces of marketing. Product, price, place, promotion. Then we discuss about product mix. Product mix means the different kinds of product available in the portfolio of a particular company. The various kinds of product, heterogeneous group of product in a company's basket. That is product mix. Then we discuss about promotion mix. Promotion mix means different kinds of promotion like advertising, sales promotion, direct marketing, personal selling, publishing, etc. are the promotion mix. Now again here terminology came about the media mix. What do you understand by media mix? Media mix in the sense different types of media like print media, it can be audio visual media, it can be electronic media, it can be outdoor media. So all these are part of media mix, component of media mix. So decide about the media mix. You need to decide about the which media and what are the different media you are using. You may use print media along with that electronic media. You may only use print media, only may use electronic media or outdoor media. So or all mix you can use. So allocate budget among TV, radio, press, etc. Allocate budget. Again, allocating budget is a how you will allocate your budget for the advertising. There are various way of allocating budget like comparative parity method. In that you have to compare your competitor, how much they are spending in advertising. You can compare with them, and again to compete with them you need to spend your money for the advertising. That is the one way of measuring means defining budget, allocating budget. Another way is you can by percentage method. Okay, 10% of my profit I will use in advertising. That way also you can allocate budget. So there are various other ways also. Next class we'll see the method of budgeting. Next, after advertising, what you will do, assess the effectiveness of the message. So the media which you have used, you assess its effectiveness. Suppose you have used print media. What is the effectiveness of print media or electronic media? So you need to see that whether through that media your message was effective or not. You can check it through test it through your sales report or something like that. You can check it, or through research you can find it out whether the message is effective or not. Next is measurement. So assess effectiveness of advertising. Before advertising, what you will do? Assess effectiveness of advertising. How will you assess the effectiveness of advertising? Once you release the advertisement, after that, what is the performance or what is the difference? You need to assess what is the way of assessing. Then evaluate possible achievement. What is the, you have to evaluate it whether you got certain achievement or not. The after advertising, what you will do? Study sales of graph. What you can do? Study sales graph, whether sales has increased or not after advertisement, giving advertising. So whether your sales graph has been increased, sales graph has increased or not, you need to study. If it has increased, though you can relate to advertising, or if it is decreased or it remains same, then you can decide based on that. You can reach to the conclusion. Then take a decision about future profile of advertising program. You can, after that you can take the decision whether different kinds of advertisement is to be given, or different media is to be used, or this is sufficient. All this you need to assess. These are the different steps in advertising program. Next you can see media selection. How will you select the media? While selecting the advertising media, the following factors should be borne in mind. What are those? Cost of advertisement. You need to see what is your rate of, what is your annual sales or annual report, how your annual revenue. Based on that, you need to decide that. Again, you need to see that what is the advertisement. If you are giving through print media, based on that you can decide whether you have to go through print media, electronic media, or hoarding. So you need to see the what is the cost of advertisement. First you need to assess it. The nature of the product, what kind of product you are selling. You want to give advertisement for what kind of product, whether the consumer durable goods, non-durable goods, industrial goods. You can see that what kind of product and what is the nature of the product. Based on that you can decide the media. Then comparison of the medium selected by the other media, by the other selected by other competitor, not media. What are the other method of medium, comparison of medium selected with other competitor? Other competitor, which media they have? Same kind of product. What other competitor they have taken? They have they are giving advertisement or they are communicating to the customer by which media. You need to compare with them. Then popularity of the media, which media is popular. Like for example, your kind of products, it will be good for the through social media. It will be easier because most of the youngsters are using this kind of product. So you can use based on that popularity of the media. Suppose you are launching a product in rural market, then which media is popular? You can think that it can be newspaper, it can be local television channel, or based on that popularity of your target group, your product, and you have to decide that which media will be popular for them. Then characteristic of customer. What kind of customers are there? What is the characteristic of customer? Whether it is young customers, targeting your young customers group, or you are targeting the child customer, child group, or high income group or medium income group, whether it is for the urban market, rural market. So what is the characteristic of the customer? Customer belong to which segment? So you need to see. Then competition in the market. Based on the competition in the market, you can decide the media, which media you have to go select. So this is about media selection. Next is role of media in advertising process. What is the role of media? Media, suppose for example, as I told, the media selection, the rural market. What you will do? The total numbers of literates in the rural market and their reading habits. What you need to identify? Demographic character. So the total number of literates in the rural market, how many are literate, how many are illiterate, all this report you need to have, and their reading habits. For example, you are thinking about the launching of advertisement through print media. Until unless you know that how many are literate, how many are illiterate, so you cannot decide the media. If you are launching media, half of them are illiterate, they will not be able to reach newspaper. There is no point of giving in through newspaper. So you need to understand it. If more number of people, more than 75% are literate, and you can think that they are reading newspaper, reading habit, then you can give the advertisement in print media or newspaper. The extent and type of contribution of the product, what type of contribution your product is giving to the customer. So based on that, you can select the select the media. The number of cinema and video parlor, panchayat viewing and listening facility, all type of this type of question may come in case study. They will say that they will give you the case study that you are launching a product in the rural village, rural market. So what are the things you need to assess? So what you need to do? The total number of literates in the rural market and their reading habits, the extent of type of contribution of the product, the number of cinema, what contribution the product is going to provide to the customer, the number of cinema and video panchayat facilities and their type of audience. So what type of audience are there? What is their listening habit? Whether they go to panchayat, whether there is a cinema hall, you need to assess, and how many people visiting. All this survey you can find it out. Then only you can decide that okay, based on that you can release the advertisement in cinema halls, then video parlors, then panchayat area like cable television, and like that you need to decide based on your audience. The number of publications which are circulated in the area concerned, the number of readers and their categories, whether casual, regular, or online reader. So if you are thinking about the launching in newspaper, the number of publications, how many publications are launched, which are circulated in the area, which are the newspaper in that area, popularity are there, the number of readers and their categories, whether people are reading, elderly people, whether casual readers, regular reader, or all this you need to. This is a kind of case study. If you wanted to launch a product in a rural market, then what are the different criteria you have to consider for launching a product. Next, let us see what are the different types of media in advertising. What are the different types of media? Here broadly we have divided into print media, electronic media, outdoor media, direct mail. So in print media, what are those? Newspapers, direct mail, folders, product literature, and journals. So all these are print media. Newspapers, what is the, again you can just think that what are the advantage of newspaper and disadvantage of newspaper. Advantage of newspaper will be it is easily reach to the, you can reach to the rural market, and it may be cheaper than other media. Demerits will be, it will be like illiterate people, they will not be able to read. Even if you give in radio, then they can listen it. So for the this may be one of the disadvantage, and another disadvantage. Once today they have read the newspaper, they may throw it out, they may waste it, they may use it for other purpose. So tomorrow you cannot see in that one. Similarly, direct mail. Direct mail means you can send directly to the customer through sending the communication by a letter to the customer. It will directly reach to the customer. Directly company will be approaching. So what is the advantage? It will be directly reaching to the customer. You are personalizing customer by name. It is going to the customer. Customer will feel importance that yes, company has considered me and directly it has come to me. So what is the disadvantage? It may be, it may not have reached to the target customer, it might have reached to somebody else, so you do not know. That is one. There is no feedback, so direct mail. So for each and everything there is an advantage and disadvantage. Like folders, in folders you can give the printout or different communication, and you can distribute to the customers. So folders in folders like product literature about the details about the product, and journals in literature details. Suppose, for example, you have gone to some Mela or fair, there they have distributed some literature. So you have gone through. It is advantages. You can reach many of the people. You can distribute. Many of the customer will come to know about it. The disadvantage is many of the customer they are throwing it out without reading it. They will throw it out. So there is an advantage. There is a disadvantage also. Similarly, journals and magazines. In that you can give by thinking that what is the usage of how many people are, who are the target customer reading your journals or magazines. You need to find out. If suppose sports person, you are targeting sports customer, sports person, so you can give the advertisement in sports magazine, but you need to see that who are the target customer and how many readers are there. Based on that you can launch in this journals, magazine, etc. These are the print media. The next is electronic media. Electronic media in the, yes.
So what is product literature?
Product literature means literature detail about the product. Suppose a technical product is there. For example, you take the example of recently they have launched this electrical scooters. So they will give the details about the, along with that they will in the print media there will be a small brochure. In that they will be given the detail. What is the mileage? How many hours you need to charge? What is the kilometer? What is the mileage? And how to take care? What is the voltage requirement? All these details about the product. So they will give. Is it clear?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Next is electronic media. Electronic media like television, video, radio, voicemail, cinema, etc. These are the electronic. By television, you can see the who are the which is the popular channel. Here, one term is called as media vehicle. In television, media vehicle means which media you are using, whether newspaper, print media, or television media. If television media, which channel you are? Suppose one of the popular channel is Sun TV, for example, or GTV. So popular channel, you need to see that which is the popular channel. In that you can give the advertisement. Now in electronic, which is the media vehicle, the GTV is the media vehicle, or that the particular channel is the vehicle for the communicating to the customer. So in television, based on that, the popularity of the channel, and you can give. Then similarly through video like some tourist place or somewhere like bus stand, and you can display the video, or airport, railway station, you can display the videos also, so that many number of customer will see to it. Next is radio, like it is audio only. They cannot see, only they can listen. It's the rural village. It will be for them. It will be comfortable. They can they use radio and listen FM. So those people they can you can target through radio. Similarly, voicemail, you can send voicemail through various media to your friends, communicate to your circle. So similarly, cinema, in cinema hall, you can give advertisement so that all the people, it will reach to the media reach. You need to see the whether it is target group or not. So this is about electronic media. Similarly, outdoor media. Outdoor media is billboards, hoardings, balloons, advertising on transport means electrical display. You must have seen that billboards on the highways and all. Then hoardings, you can see the balloons in some of the fair and some of the popular program. The balloons, big balloons also they advertise. Advertising on transport means in transport buses and all, You must have seen that advertisement through electric, like airport, railway station, and electric display also you can do. Similarly, direct mail. Direct mail means you can send to your customer the price list of your product. Suppose if you have a restaurant, you can to your customer you can send the price list directly to them. If you have the reach to your customer or the contact details of your customer, you can distribute them, or you can go to the customer's doorstep and you can distribute the price list. Similarly, catalogs. Catalogs means the different kinds of product, price, and all the details will be there. The customer can see the catalog. Through that, they can select the. Especially if you go to the furniture store, what they will do, they will give you the catalog, or electronic store for buying TV, television or computers. So they will give you catalog. Through that, you can see that which kind of product what is the specification you need. Similarly, personal letters. You can send personal letter to the customer. Circulars among the target group, or if it is within the inter community is there, then through circular and convey to the customer. These are the different media in advertising. Then you can see effectiveness of each mode of media. Here, what we say, mode in television media. Verbality is low, visual impact is high, color is high, processing time is low, reach is high, frequency high. Similarly, radio, verbality is high, visual impact it is not there, missing, because there is no visual communication. Color is missing, so processing time low, very high, reach is very high, frequency is high. Similarly, newspaper, verbality high, you can communicate okay, visual impact is okay, it is not very high but okay. Similarly, processing time high, low. Magazine also you can see, outdoor media, pop, direct mail. So these are the different effectiveness of different media. Next is sales promotion. The second component is promotion mix is sales promotion. First is advertising. Next is sales promotion. Sales promotion describe promotional method using special short-term techniques. Here you can see it is a sales describe promotional. It is a promotional method using short-term techniques. It is for the short term. You must have seen that still stock last. This facilities or this discount is given. Buy one get one till stock last, or buy one product get another product free. But they must have mentioned that till 31st March. So these are the short-term technique to persuade members of a target market. You are persuading the target market to respond or undertake certain activity. You are asking them to take certain activity, either buy the product or return the empty sachet. You will be giving discount, or give the coupon, or write the slogan, like this. Any activity you need to do in case of sales promotion. What are the objective of sales promotion? The building product awareness. You are creating awareness among the customer about your product. Creating interest. You are creating interest in the mind of the customer to like your product. So providing information. You are providing information about your product to the target audience. Stimulating demand. You are stimulating demand so that customer will be interested to buy and demand will increase. Reinforcing the brand. You are reinforcing the brand because you are promoting your brand, conveying the brand awareness among the customer. So these are the different objective of sales promotion. And you can see Roger Stein has defined sales promotion in a few words as sales promotion is short-term incentive. What is that? You are giving incentive because buy one get one. That is the incentive. 10% off. That is incentive. 10% extra. That is an incentive you are giving to them. Why you are giving? To encourage purchase. You are encouraging them to purchase more product or sale of a product or services. What you are doing? You are encouraging them to purchase your product to increase your sales. For example, recently the Reliance trend, what they are doing? If you purchase 3,999 rupee, then they will be give you a gift hamper, which is cost around 1,000 to 1,500 rupee. But for that, what you need to do? You pay 250 rupee. If you pay 250 rupee, first condition is you have to purchase 3,999. Then you will be eligible. Then what is the second condition? You have to pay 250 rupee for getting that gift hamper. Will be 1,000 to 1,500. It is only for the why you are they are promoting. If you they are promoting to customer and they are persuading to buy more. If you are when you reach to 3,000, they will convey. They will come motivate you, sir. You take for 1,000 rupee more, you will be getting 1,500 rupee one gift hamper. Along with that, will give you 2,000 rupee coupon, which you can use for later stage. These are the promotion way of sales promotion. And sales promotion technique may be in different way. Like you can buy one get one of 10% discount or 50% discount offer, then rebate. You can one product get another product free, 10% extra. So these are the various method of sales promotion. I hope today's it is enough. If you have any question till now, you can ask me. Otherwise, tomorrow leftover we'll discuss tomorrow. So other three publicity, direct marketing, all this we'll discuss in personal selling. We'll be discussing tomorrow. Okay. Is it clear to you, students?
Yes.
Yeah. Any doubt you can ask me, or any clarification anywhere you are stuck up. I request all of you to kindly go through your study material. After once you you have attended class. After that, you can go through your study material. So it will be easier for you to understand.
Yes.
Okay. Any question, anything you want to ask me? So with this, we will be finishing unit 5th also. So and next class by tomorrow. I request all of you, if you have any questions, you can note it down, and tomorrow we can discuss. Any doubts or anything you want to ask?
Sir, sure, sir.
Very few are responding. What about others?
No, sir. No, sir.
Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jagdish? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. If there is no doubt, then we can tomorrow we can continue with this one, and old question paper. If anybody wants, can go through, and we can discuss the old question paper also. If possible, one of the case study we can discuss also. Like today, I discuss about the rural market, how we will launch. That is the example of one of the case study. Like if you want to launch your product in the rural market, then what are the different strategy you need to adapt? Like what are the media you have to select? How will you communicate to them? And how will be your product? What is the pricing structure? And how will you distribute to them? So these are the strategy you need to adopt. So as a marketing manager, you need to develop your strategy. In case study, there is nothing right or wrong. I request all of you to kindly attend all the case studies. Just go through that. The paragraph itself, if you read, if the question is there, then fine. You can, based on the question, you can just understand the situation, and you can find out the alternatives. You can evaluate each of them, and you can implement whichever is the suitable. But in case of there is some of the case studies are there where there is no question at all is being given. Then what is the thing? You need to read the paragraph. Paragraph is just a background is being given. You need to find out what is the problem in that one. Once you go through the paragraph, you can identify the problem. Once you identify the first step is to identify the problem. What is the question? What exactly wanted to convey? Whether sales has gone down, whether product is not accepted by the customer, or whatever it may be. You once you identify the problem, then what are the alternatives are available? If product is not sales volume is very low, then what is the problem? Whether product is not good, or price is too high, or price is quite cheaper, or customer perception is like that it's a cheap product, or perception of the brand is not good, or they are not aware of the product. So all these things you need to, or product is not available, even though they want, it is not available in the market where they want. So these are the things you have to assess each and everything. You have to analyze it. Then, while taking decision, you can take the short analysis also, like what is your strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. All those you can make use of it, and you can decide that this is the thing we can do, and this is the way we can improve the performance, sales performance. So that is the way you can solve the case study. Okay, if anything is there, tomorrow we'll discuss. Is it all right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then I think now 1 to 2 you have break time. You can go for lunch, and again class somebody will be coming. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks to all, and I expect that tomorrow all of you will be there. So tomorrow will be the final class. So any doubts, anything you want to, so that it will be easier for you to write exam. For examination point of view, anything you want to ask tomorrow you can. Okay. If
Sir,
anything
if I
is
have
there,
any doubts, can I approach you directly in college?
yes, yes, you are most welcome.
Yes, sir.
Even telephonically,
Yes,
you
sir.
can confirm. You can personally, you can come here.
Yes, sir. Sir, I was from Pondicherry. I was working in PIMS hospital. Then it is easy for me to come and ask any doubts from
Yes,
you.
yes, you
So,
are most welcome. Not only you,
yeah.
if you group of people, local people are there. If you want something to be discussed, we can join together. We can have class 1 hour or something like that. Anyway, whichever you feel comfortable. I know that all of you are working people. It is not feasible to attend direct classes. So even though you are missing in this one, you can watch the YouTube channel, YouTube also, and you can local people may approach me to discuss. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. See you tomorrow then. Have a nice day.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks all.
Good afternoon to all. Very good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon. வீட்டில் இருக்கீங்க, ஆஃபீஸில் இருக்கீங்க, கொஞ்சம் எனேபிள் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க வீடியோ. Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon. Can we start now?
Yes, sir. Or should we wait for 5 minutes because 26 people are there only?
Okay. In the morning, what was the strength?
I think it was around 51.
Okay. So let us wait for another 5 minutes then. Is the screen visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, let us start now. So what happened in the other class? We have completed up to linear programming. Today's topic will be, there are two topics which I am going to discuss today. The first one is transportation problem. The second one is assignment problem. Both these topics are important from the examination point of view, because definitely one question you will get from these two. Sometimes both the questions you may get. Such an important area as far as examination point of view is concerned. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. But it's very feeble. It's kind of very low.
Okay, I will rectify. So, on transportation problem, the solution for the transportation problem may be arrived at by adopting any of the following three methods: northwest corner rule, least cost method, and Vogel's approximation method. Vogel is the name of a person. So these are the three methods by which solution can be arrived at for a transportation problem. What about the voice now? Little bit better. Shall I continue?
Yes, sir.
First of all, let me tell you what is meant by transportation problem. Now, sometimes what happens, a manufacturing company may have the manufacturing units at different parts of the country. The company may have manufacturing units at different parts of a country. And the warehouses wherein the goods produced are to be stored till they are to be sent to the ultimate consumer may be located in different places. So the problem is manufacturing unit in different place, storage in some other place. So why? Because wherever the plant location factors are favorable, manufacturing unit will be established. Wherever the channel of distribution is easily accessible, then in that place warehouses will be established. Therefore, what happens? The manufacturing point and the storage points are two different points are being established at different places based on the convenience of the company. In that case, what happens? Are you able to understand the concept now? Are you on the line? Nobody is responding.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what happens now? The goods manufactured at manufacturing plant are to be sent to the warehouses which are located at different places. For dispatching the goods manufactured at factory to the warehouse or storage, there will be transportation cost. Now that the company should see that all the goods manufactured at different places are stored at different places with minimum transportation cost. And the goods are to be transported from manufacturing point to the storage point, it should be ensured that the total transportation cost should be as minimum as possible. This is the nature of transportation problem. You understand the problem now?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your study material, if you have the study material, take page number 137. The same problem I have posted here on the screen. Solve the following transportation problem. Just look into the screen. I will read the problem, explain the concept, and then tell you how to work out this problem. Now, this company has 3 plants, plant 1, plant 2, and plant 3, located at different places. Then they have storages at 4 places, city 1, city 2, city 3, city 4. From plant to the storage, the goods manufactured are to be transported and stored. Now, plant 1 can supply 35 units. Can you look at that? Here it is. Plant 1 can manufacture and supply 35 units. Where is that 35? You look at the supply column. Plant 1 can supply 35 units. Similarly, plant 2 can supply how many units?
50.
Yes, exactly. Plant 3?
40.
40. Okay, you are correct. So totally 125 units are being manufactured by 3 plants located at 3 different places. Right? Coming to the city 1, city 2, city 3, city 4. That refers to destination. That is the storage place or warehouse. City 1, there is a storage warehouse. Warehouse is there. That warehouse can accommodate 45 units. Where is that 45? The last row, demand row. So warehouse 1 located in city 1 can accommodate 45 units. Similarly, warehouse 2 in city 2 can store 20 units. How many units of 3 and 4?
30.
So totally 45 plus 20 plus 30 plus 20 amounts to 125. Right? So 125 units are manufactured at 3 different places. All these 125 units are being stored at 4 places, 4 different places. Now, the values given inside the cells, what are they? We have to see them. 8, 6, 10, 9, 9, 12, 13, 7, 14, 9, 16, 5, all this. They are called transportation cost per unit. It's called transportation cost per unit. What is the meaning of this 8 now? That means from plant 1, if 1 unit of good is transferred to city 1 warehouse, it takes transportation cost of 8 rupees per unit. That is the meaning of it. If 1 unit is transferred from plant 1 to warehouse in city 1, it costs transportation cost of 8 rupees per unit. Similarly, if 1 unit is transferred from plant 1 to city 2, the transportation cost is 6 rupees. Similarly, if 1 unit is transported from plant 1 to city 3, what is the transportation cost per unit? From plant 1 to city 3?
10.
10 rupees per unit. Good. If, just listen to the question, tell me the answer. If 1 unit is transferred from plant 2 to city 4, what is the transportation cost? Plant 2 to city 4.
9.
7, sir.
It is 7. It is 7. Plant 2 to city 4. 7. The value 16 is there, no? 16 is there? 1 6. Do you find 16 in that table?
Yes, plant 3, sir. Are you talking about
Yes.
plant 3?
What is the meaning of the 16? Plant 3 to
Transportation charge of plant 3 to city 3, sir.
exactly. You are correct. So this is how the problem is given. Now we should see that all the goods supplied are transported to different warehouses, not exceeding their demand or capacity, but at minimum transportation cost. Did you understand the nature of the problem now? See that all the goods supplied by 3 plants are stored at 4 cities with minimum transportation cost. So we have to decide from where to where how many units are to be transferred. From where to where how many units are to be transferred, so that the total cost of transportation will be minimum. This is what we have to decide now. Understood? Understood? Shall we work out the problem now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, let me work out the problem under northwest corner rule method. Take your notebooks, draw the table like this. Is the table visible? Northwest corner rule. Is the table visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
You draw this table first as quickly as possible, please. All the transportation cost per unit are entered in the small square inside the square. The total supply and demand are entered in the red color. Four rows and 5 columns. Quickly enter the values. The cost per unit is entered inside the small square, inside the big square. The values entered in the red color are the total supply and total demand. Once you draw the table, tell me how to work out that, I will tell you. Are you ready with the table now? Enter the values carefully, please. Ready? Shall we start? Are you ready? Shall we start now?
Yes, sir.
So all of you listen carefully now. Under northwest corner rule, how transportation problem is to be worked out, solved rather. Now, first, northwest corner means cell number 11 is the northwest corner cell. 11 means the first cell where the value 8 is entered here. The topmost left hand corner, that is called northwest corner. There only we have to start the solution first. That is the meaning of northwest corner. Northwest corner means cell number 11, first row, first column. Are you able to understand that?
Yes, sir.
Therefrom only we have to start the solution. First remember that. Okay. Now how to solve this? First you see the total of the first row. How much is the total of the first row? 35 entered in the red color. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Total of the first row where we have to make an assignment, allotment is 35. Similarly, you tell me the total of the first column. First column. How much? How much is the total of first column?
Sir, it's 8 plus 9 plus 14 you are telling,
Not
right?
Not that I am asking. Value entered in the red color.
Okay. 35.
35 is the row
45.
total.
Yeah, 45.
Yes, now listen. Don't add all this cost. Cost has nothing to do with this. Total represents the values entered in the red color. Okay. So first row total is 35. First column total is 45. Am I correct?
Yes.
First row total 35. First column total 45. Now tell me which is less.
35.
Total of the first row, 35.
That 35 is to be entered here in this column. In this cell you enter 35. The least of the total of the row and the total of the column is to be entered. Clear now? I have entered that. Is it visible seen there? Is it visible?
Yes.
Now what is the meaning of it is 35 supply is there, whereas 45 capacity is there in the storage. Therefore, from plant 1, all the 35 units are transported to city 1, city A. So here this 35 is exhausted. So what happens now? The balance is 0. Right? So the balance is 0. Whereas here, out of 45, we have supplied only 10 units. I mean 45, out of 45 we have supplied only 35 units. Am I correct? Still 10 more units are to be supplied to this city A. Tell me now whether you understood this or not. Take the row total and column total 35 and 45. Enter the least amount in the respective cell. So out of 35 and 45, 35 is the least that is entered, and that means 35 units are transported from plant 1 to city A. Therefore, in plant 1, there is no more unit left. All the 35 have been exhausted. Whereas in city 1, city A, out of 45, we have transported only 35. Still 10 more units are to be supplied to this city A. Do you agree this or not? Yes, please. Tell me if you are not able to understand, I will explain again.
Sir, so row is 35 minus 35 0,
Yeah.
and the column is 45 minus 35 10, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now what happens? There is no more supply in row 1, that is plant 1. Therefore, all other columns are to be cancelled. Would you see that now? The entire row is exhausted, cancelled. Thus, you cannot supply anything to any city now. You understand this? Therefore, it is crossed out. All the other cells in the row are out. When the total is exhausted, that row or column is to be crossed out. Understood? If you put X mark, then you should not transfer anything there. Shall we proceed now?
Yes, sir.
Now, first row got exhausted. We have only second row and third row. Which is the northwest corner of these two rows? Which is the northwest corner? Topmost left hand side. That is the cell where 9 is entered inside. That cell is the northwest corner because the first row is exhausted. There is no first row. We have only second row and third row. Out of that, the northwest corner is cell number 21, second row, first column. Able to understand? Yes, please. Say one of you can respond whether you understood or not. Once this row or column is exhausted, again we have to repeat the process. So here first row is got exhausted because all the 35 units have been transported. No more unit left in that plant, therefore nothing could be transported from that plant. Hence row number 1 is exhausted, closed. Now from the row number 2 and 3, again we have to follow northwest corner rule. Northwest area is cell number 21, that is second row, first column. That is where value 9 is entered inside the small cell, small square, below 35. Could you locate that now?
Yes, sir.
Second row, first column.
Yes.
There we have to make assignment, allotment now. There we have to make allotment. See now, see the row total there. What is the row total?
50, sir.
50. What is the column total?
10.
Exactly, 10, not 45. 45 is crossed out and it becomes 10 now. So 50 and 10, which is least?
10.
10 is to be allotted there. In that cell, you allot 10. Now what happens? This 10 becomes 0. This 50 becomes 40. Am I correct? So we had 45 in the beginning. We have 45 in the beginning. Then out of which 35 allotted, and we had 10 balance. Now all the 10 have been allotted. So now we have 0 balance in this city A. That means your warehouse in city A could not accommodate anything more. That's all over. Therefore, this city A column is to be closed. This column is closed. Once the supply is exhausted, close the remaining columns or remaining cells rather. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Now what happens? First row and first column both are exhausted. First row and first column are exhausted. Now what is left over is here. This is the northwest corner now. Which one? The cell next to 10. Where we have allotted 10, no, next to that. There also the cost inside the small square is 9 rupees. That is the northwest corner now. Able to understand?
Yes.
Now, there we have to make an allotment. Therefore, we have to compare the row total and column total. Take the least of that. Now tell me what is the row total there?
40.
40. Column total?
20.
Least one?
20.
So 20 is to be allotted there. 20 is allotted. So now the balance. So from 40 again we have taken 20, therefore balance is 20. Here in this column there is no balance left over. Therefore, this cell is to be crossed out, closed. So now what happens? First row, first column, second column. First column is closed, second column is closed, first row is closed. Now what is left over is only these 4 cells. Out of these 4 cells, this one is the northwest corner, shaded one. This one is northwest corner. There we have to make an allotment. Now how much is to be allotted, you tell me now?
20, sir.
Exactly. Why? Because
Because column total is 20 and row, column is 30 total and a row column is 20 and 20 is the list one.
Exactly. I think you understood the concept. So what happens here? The balance is 10 now here. Here the balance is exhausted. 0. So once the balance is exhausted, that particular row or column is to be closed. Therefore, here I will put a cross mark. So first row is closed, second row is closed, first column is closed, second column is closed. The remaining only 2 cells are there. Out of this, that is costing 16 and 5. Out of this 16, where the cost is 16, is the northwest corner. There you tell me how much units are to be allocated.
So 10.
Exactly. That's the important is. So balance 0 here. Here what happens out of 40, 10 is already allotted, therefore 30 is left over. 10 is left over is only one cell. There we have to make an allotment. How many units? How many units are to be allotted there?
So 30, 30 is same, right?
Yeah, 30, exactly 30. 30 only we have to make a. To be equal actually. Otherwise, your solution is wrong. If you get different amount, you are working wrongly. That is the meaning of it. 30 is allotted, therefore balance is 0. Here also 30 is allotted, therefore balance is 0. Now you just check the total of each row and each column, whether it is equal to original amount. See that. What is the total of first row? Originally in the problem, what is the total of first row?
35.
Yeah.
Yes. Now whether you ensure whether 35 units have been allotted or not in the first row. Allotted?
Yes, it's allotted.
Allotted. Similarly, you check the second row. The total of second row is 50. 10 plus 20 plus 20. 50 units have been allotted. There in 3 cells are there. Right? 50 units are allotted. 10. Similarly, check third row. So the allotment and total are equal or not. You have to ensure. Is it correct?
Yes,
Right
sir.
or not? Yes. Now similarly, you check column wise. Column wise. Each column. 35 plus 10, 45. 20. 20 plus 10, 30. And 30. All are equal. Row wise and column wise, it is equal. Understood? Now we have to find out the total transportation cost. Total transportation cost. I'll tell you how to find out total transportation cost. Listen. Units multiplied with cost per unit, that is equal to L. Just note down this, please. Find out the total transportation cost. You have to make use of this equation. Units into cost per unit is equal to total. Ready? Now you can make a table also instead of that. Take all the where we have made an allotment. First one is 35 units we have allotted, and the cost per unit is given at the corner in the small square. So 35 into 8. 35 units, 8 rupees per unit, total 280 rupees. Understood that? See, 35 units are allotted in the first cell. Cost per unit is 8 rupees, that is given in the small square inside. So 35 units at the rate of 8 rupees per unit, 35 into 8 total 280 rupees. Similarly, first row is over. You take the second row, 10 into 9, 10 units, 9 rupees, 90 rupees. Similarly, 20 units, 9 rupees, 180 rupees. Similarly, another 20 units are there in the second row, and the cost per unit is 13 rupees. 260. So second row is over. Now coming to the third row, 10 units are allotted at the rate of 16 rupees per unit. So 10 units, 16 rupees, 160 rupees. Another 20 units are allotted, 30 units are allotted at the rate of 5 rupees. Therefore, total 125 units cost. So this is how total transportation cost is to be calculated. The number of units allotted should be multiplied with the cost inside the cell, so that you will get total transportation cost. Ensure that the total units are equal to 120, which is given in the problem. Total 120. If you made a mistake somewhere, then this total will not come. Units should tally. Therefore, you ensure that. So, okay now?
Yes, sir.
Now I am going to give you a problem. You have to work out on your own, taking some 5 to 7 minutes weekly. I will keep the problem on the screen. This is the problem which you have to work out on northwest corner rule. Keep this problem on the screen itself, you work out the answer. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Determine basic feasible solution to the following transportation problem by using northwest corner rule. Visible only now? So try to work out the answer for this, please. How much time you require for this? 5 minutes or 10 minutes? So I will give you 7 minutes. You just take 7 minutes now onwards. Work out this under northwest corner rule. Completed or not? Now you can see the answer on the screen, please. I have entered the values within the brackets. We ensure that whether you are right or wrong. You can see the answer now, please. Find out the total transportation cost. So you verify the answer, whether you have entered correctly or not, and then find out the total, make a correction, and then find out the total transportation cost. Quick, please. You have 2 more methods to go.
Yes, sir, it is coming correctly for the table.
Okay, now the total transportation cost I have entered here. Okay.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Now let us move on to the next method. Least cost method. Least cost method. Again, let us take the first problem itself and draw the table like this again. Draw one table, empty table again. Let us continue the first problem. Then second method. Draw the table first. Empty table with the cost values. Least cost method. Table is ready.
Yes, sir.
Now listen. The values given in the small square inside the each cell is the cost per unit. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now you tell me, among all the cost, which is the least one? Where that 6 is there?
5, sir.
5 is also there. 5 is the least one. 5 is there in cell number 3,
Okay.
4.
So
There no.
overall, sir, we have to tell from overall, not the column or row wise, right?
Pardon? Yeah. Not all the putting together, in taking together all the cells. All the cells, you tell me the least cost, not row wise. All put together. All rows and all columns.
Okay. Then 5, sir.
5. There only we have to make an allotment first. How many units are to be allotted for this now?
30.
Yes, same rule. Least of the two. So make an allotment of 30 units here and write the balance now. Balance here is 0. Here the balance is 10. It is exhausted, whether the row is exhausted or column is exhausted.
Column is
So close that column. Nothing more is required for that column. Close the column. Able to understand now?
Yes, sir.
Now we have to proceed further again. Among the remaining cells, that is the cells closed or allotted, leave that. Among the remaining cells, which is the least cost?
6.
Yes, there you have to make allotment now. How many units?
20.
Exactly 20. Now get the balance. Now which is exhausted?
9 and 12 column is exhausted.
Column is exhausted, no? Close that columns. So among the remaining cells, those columns are rows closed, leave that. Among the remaining cells, which is the least one?
8.
8, exactly 8. How much is to be allotted there?
15.
Yes, 15 only. Yes. So the balance here is 0. Here the balance is 30. Which is exhausted now?
9 and 14 column is exhausted.
Not column.
Sorry,
No,
sorry,
no.
10 and 9. 10 is exhausted.
10 is exhausted. Okay. The first row is exhausted. Remaining cells where an allotment is not made. You tell me which is the least one.
9.
9.
Yeah.
Yes, 9. There you make allotment. How many units?
30.
Exactly. So balance here is 0. Here the balance is 20. Therefore, this cell is to be closed. Right?
Yes, column exhausted.
Yes. It's closed. Among the remaining, which is the least cost?
13.
13. There how many units are to be allotted?
20.
20. So the balance here is 0. Already that row is exhausted. Over. So remaining only one cell is there. There how many units are to be allotted now?
10. 10.
10.
Yeah.
Yes. So your balance I have to put no.
10 is the balance. So 10, 10. It's equal.
Now you find out the total transportation cost. 15 into 8, 20 into 6, 30 into 9, 20 into 13, 10 into 16, 30 into 5. Before that, ensure the allotted amounts are equal to the total. 15 plus 20, 35, 30 plus 20, 50, 10 plus 10, 40. Okay. 35, 20, 30, 30. Yes. All are equal. Now you find out the transportation cost.
It's 1210.
I'll tell you now. Wait. Two 40, 500, 770, 930. No. 15 into 8, 20 into 6, 30 into 7, 20 into 13, 10 into 16. How much you are telling?
1210, sir.
Tell me the breakup.
120.
Hmm.
First is 120, then 120,
Hmm.
270,
Hmm.
390,
Why?
20. Okay, it's 20 into 30, right? Or 30 into 13. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Okay, okay. 1 minute. 20 into 13. That is the mistake. Just 2 minutes.
Okay, okay. 260,
Yeah, 260, 160 plus 150.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Shall you work out your problem quickly? I think it will take only 5 minutes. Now you call.
1080.
Yes, 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 yes. Now see the problem on the screen. Work out this under least cost method quickly, please. Sir, on the screen, please.
Oh, yes. Total 200, sir.
200, 20.
Yeah. So 1 into 20, 1 into 10, 3 into 20, 2 into 20, and 1 into 10, and again 2 into 20.
20, 30, 90, 140. I think it is 180.
Yeah, sir, 180, sorry, yeah. 40, 40, 80, 80, yes, sir.
180.
80, 90, 100, 160 plus 20, 100, 180.
Shall we move on to the next method now?
Yes, sir.
Again, go back to the first problem. Draw the columns again, please. Ready?
Yes.
Shall I start now?
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. I'm making myself ready. Now listen. Here, can we start now? So under Vogel's approximation method, we have to take row-wise cost difference first of all. Say first row, what are the costs available in this?
8, 6, 10, 9.
Which is the least? Take only first row only. Out of these 8, 6, 10, and 9, which is the least one?
6.
Least
8.
difference?
It's 2.
Yes. You enter 2 here under cost difference column. You create one column here, extra column. Under that you enter 2, cost difference. Now similarly, you tell me for the next row.
9 minus 7.
Enter 2 there. Third row.
12 minus 5, 7.
Yes, 7. Now coming to the column, same way. First column, 8, 9, 14. Which is the least one?
8.
Next least?
9.
Difference 1. Similarly,
3.
second column, 3. Yes, third column.
3.
3.
Yes. So you know the procedure now? Row-wise cost difference, column-wise cost difference is to be entered by ascertaining the least of the row and taking the difference with the next list. So first row least is 6, next list is 8, difference 2. Second row least is 7, next list is 9, difference 2. Third row least is 5, next list is 12, 7 difference. Like that column wise, 8 to 9, 6 to 9, 10 to 13. Differences are entered. Now, we have cost difference like this: 2, 2, 7, 1, 3, 3. Among all the cost differences,
So what about the last column? 9.
Sir, fourth column.
Yeah, fourth column 2.
2. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, among the all the cost differences, take all the cost differences, row wise, column wise, all put together. Which is the highest one?
7.
7. So 7 belongs to row or column?
A row.
Column.
No, it is row. It is row.
Row.
In this row only, you have to start the process now.
Okay.
The row or the column in which the cost difference is highest is the starting point. This row is the starting point. Third row is the starting point. 14, 12, 16, 5. These are the costs available in this row. Among them, which is the least one?
5.
There you have to make an allotment first.
Okay.
How many units are to be allotted?
30.
Yes.
30.
Make an allotment, please. Now you write the balances.
Yes, sir.
Which is exhausted now, column or row?
It's a
Column. Column.
You close that column. Close that column by putting cross.
Mhm.
Okay. Now again, the same process is to be repeated till all the. Now take the first row again, which is the least cost.
6.
Next to least.
6.
Next to least.
Next list 8.
So this 9 is to be ignored. So it is already crossed out. Okay. So we have to take only 8, 6, and 10. These three values only. So least is 6. Next to least is 8. Therefore difference is 2 again. Similarly, you enter for other rows now. For all other rows.
0 and 2.
Yes.
Yes, 0.
0 and 2. 2.
200, 242. Okay. Column wise.
1, 3, and 3.
Dash. 3 is there. Now you tell me among the cost differences, which is the highest cost difference?
3.
2 threes. You can choose either of this. Which one you want to choose now?
31. 3 below the 30. 30 it is total 30.
Third column.
Yeah.
Let us all we choose uniformly. Third column. So in the third column, cost is 10, 13, 16. Which is the least one?
10.
There you have to make an allotment. Tell me how many units are to be allotted now?
30.
30.
Yes, yes, yes. Make an allotment and find out the difference. Balances. The column is exhausted. Close that column, please. So again, the same process is to be repeated.
So again we have to find the list minus, right, the differences. 8 minus 6.
Repeated till you exhaust everything.
Okay.
So first row, second 2 only difference again.
Yes.
Second
0.
row 0 only.
2.
Third row 2 only.
2.
First column 1.
1.
Second column
3.
3. Third column close. Fourth column close. Now you tell me which is the highest one.
Highest is 3.
3. Yes. So 3 belongs to this column 2. So there you have to make an assignment. The cost is 6, 9, and 12. Which is the least?
20.
Which is the
6.
least one? 6.
6 1.
How much
20 will be allotted. 20.
No. Careful. Be careful.
5.
Only 5.
Okay.
5 should
5
be
only
there.
5. Yes, only 5.
Only 5.
0. Here it will be 0. So and down it's 15.
15.
Yes.
So first row Yeah, we can
First
put
row
it
is
as
closed.
yes.
So first row is closed. Now coming to the second row again, you repeat the process. 9 minus 9, 0.
0
Yes.
and 2.
2.
Then 2.
And here again 14 minus 9.
5.
5.
And yes, 12 minus 9.
3. Dash. Dash. So which is the highest one?
5.
5. There you make an allotment. In this column, we have two cells,
9.
9 and 40. 9 is the least one. How much is to be allotted there?
45.
Exactly.
45.
Yes. Yes. So you make the balance now.
5 and 0.
0.
So 14 one we can
All of this
exhaust it.
exhausted.
Yeah,
Exhausted.
exhaust it.
So that closed. Now we have only two cells remaining, no? You need not find out the difference, cost difference and all. Among the two, which is the least cost cell?
9.
There you make allotment.
Okay. 5.
Huh?
5, sir.
5. Okay.
Yeah.
5.
0. That's at 0. It will come. And 15 minus 5 is 10. Down it will come 10. This is 0. And the row is already exhausted. That one. 15 minus 5 is 10. Then this is the last one. 10.
So again, here balance is 0. Also balance is 0. So over. Now you find out whether the total is correct. 5 plus 30, 35. 45 plus 5, 50. 10 plus 40. Okay, row wise it is okay. Then first row 45. Second row 10 plus 10, 20. And 30, okay. 30, okay. Everything is okay. Now you find out the cost, transportation cost.
Thousand 50, sir.
So this
It's
is
1050, sir. 1050.
okay. Correct. So this method is over now, no? You take down one problem for your practice. This problem you take down and do it. Already you have done this now under list cost method. Yeah. So now you can work out any problem under all the three methods. Take any problem and work out under all the three methods. Okay. Now listen. Next part of this. So whenever the transportation problem is given, you should ensure that the row total must be equal to column total. In this problem, you take this case. This row total 30 plus 50 plus 20 is equal to 100. Grand total is 100. Okay. When you take the column total 20, 40 plus 30 plus 10, it is 100. Equal always. Otherwise, that is called unbalanced transportation problem. It's called unbalanced transportation problem. For example, suppose that this is not that. Tell me which is less than which is more. I have removed this. Now if
Column
you
is
take
sorry.
it is not equal, right?
Yes, sir.
Am
Not
I
equal.
correct? Yes. One is 90, other one is 100, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
in that
Yes.
case, to make it equal, you have to introduce either the column or the row accordingly. That is called dummy column or dummy row. Dummy variables are to be introduced. Here what happens, to make it equal, you have to introduce one more column only, because this column total only is less. Am I correct? Column
Yes, sir.
1, column 2, column 3, put together 90 only. Till 10 more is required. So I am creating a dummy column here by putting 10, and in this case, the cost will be always 0. This is B4. It's dummy, therefore the cost is 0. Then you can work out the problem as usual under any method. You understand this?
No, sir. Can you explain again? I'm not able to get it.
Here, it's not there. You just remember. Only this D1, D2, D3 is there. Here S1, S2, S3 is there. But the total, this column total and the row total are not equal. It is unbalanced. It is to be balanced first. Where the balance is less, column or row?
It's a column.
Column.
Sorry, rows. Yeah, it's row, sir. 40 plus 20, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 50 plus 30, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. So this is 100 column and this is 90.
No, this 30, 50, 20 is the row total.
Oh, okay. Yes, row total, no? Okay, so column 1 is 10.
Column is less.
Yes.
How much less?
10.
You make a 10. You create another column and put 10.
Okay.
It's called dummy column. Okay. Then what is the cost here? Cost is 0. Because there is no such column. There is no such warehouse. Cost is 0. Now you have to work out the problem as usual. You got this now?
Yes, sir. Now got it.
No, wait, just now. I will tell you another thing. Now listen. I remove this one. Now you tell me where to introduce now. Column or row?
Row actually, sir.
How much is different?
20. 20.
Enter 20 here and all zeros. As it is a dummy row. A dummy row and column, there is no value. Likewise, you have to change it. Appropriately introducing column or the row, as the case may be. It's less, accordingly, you have to introduce row or column and put all cost as 0 only. Then you work out the problem as usual. So this is what all unbalanced problem. You understand the concept and
Yes, sir.
values? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now let us move on to assignment problem so that we can complete that. Just a minute, please. Is it visible on the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Assignment problems. Now let me tell you what is this assignment problem is. When some people are working on some jobs, which job is to be assigned to which worker is to be designed based on the cost that is required to be paid to the worker. Cost of the job is the basis for the decision making here. Here you consider this problem. We have 5 jobs and 5%. The assignment costs are given below. See, job 1, J1, job 1, J2, job 2, job 3, job 4, job 5. Person A, B, C, D, E. Inside that, this assignment costs are given. Meaning of this assignment cost is, if job 1 is given to A, we have to incur 8 rupees expenses. On the other hand, if job 1 is given to B, no expense, 0 expense. Job 1 is given to C, 3 rupees expense. Job 1 is given to D, 4 rupees. Job 1 is given to E, 9 rupees. Like that it goes. Now my question is, if job 5 is given to worker D, what will be the cost? Job 5 is given to worker D, what will be the cost? Job 5 is given
It is
to
given 3.
3 rupees, 3 rupees. So this is how the problem goes. Okay. Now determine the optimum assignment schedule. We have to assign the jobs to different workers in such a way that the total cost is minimum. Total cost is minimum. Say for example, assigning job 1 to A, if you give it to B, the cost is 0. Am I correct? So for A, what is to be given? Job 5 is to be given. We have to see and which job is given to which person. And here, one should be ensured, one principle is to be ensured. What is that is, each worker.
Repeat this one more time. Can you repeat this one more time? How do each person?
Suppose job 1 is given to A, we incur 8 rupees expenses. The same is given to B, no expense, 0. If the same job is given to C, 3 rupees.
Oh, okay. Understood.
Now we have to see that we have to give the job to each worker in such a way that the total cost is minimum. Finally,
Okay, understood.
and One condition is there. Each worker should be given only one job. Each job should be given to only one worker. No sharing business. Each worker should be assigned with only one job. One job should be assigned to only one worker. Right?
So, sir, if J1 is assigned to A, then it should not assign to B1, B, C, D, E.
Yeah. So finally, we have to see which is best combination, right? Then in that case, first you have to ensure that the problem is
Where the
balanced.
expense is less.
Yeah. That we are going to work on now. Now we have to ensure, first of all, before solution, we have to ensure that the rows and columns are equal in numbers. If you have 5 rows, if you have 4 rows, you should have 4 columns. Then only you should work out the problem. How many rows are there?
5.
How many jobs are there?
5.
That's all. 5 jobs, 5 persons. So you can start the process now. Okay. Take the notebook. Enter the values, please. First, I have entered these values in this bracket, in a matrix like this. All the values are entered in this matrix now. First enter like this. First matrix. Once you enter, tell me now. Enter.
Yes, sir, done.
Now I'll tell you the procedure. You just follow this one by one. Take the first row. Read the values in the first row.
84261.
Which is the least one?
1.
That 1 is to be subtracted from all the values of the first row and enter the new row.
Okay.
You create another matrix like this. In that you have to enter. So what happens then now? 7.
73150.
Yes, exactly. Same process is adapted for all the rows. Second row, 09554. Which is the least value?
0.
So if you subtract 0, it won't change. It will remain the same. Then go to third row, fourth row, and fifth row. Enter the new values. After entering that, you verify whether you get these values. Verify whether you get these values.
Yes, sir, done, sir. Getting these values.
And step. Listen to the next step, please. You take the second matrix. That is the matrix entered now, no? New one. Now, you take the first column. First column. 7, 0, 1, 4, 4. Which is the least value of the first column?
0.
That is to be subtracted from all the values of the first column and enter the new column. So it won't change. 0 means it won't change. Second column
For all
also.
the 5 column.
Second column also 0. Third column, list number 1. You subtract list number, enter the new values. Fourth and fifth columns will not change because 0 is the least number. So enter the new matrix now. This will be the new matrix.
Yes.
Over.
Yes, sir, over.
Okay. Now next step. I'll tell you the next step. Verify each row wise. Find out the row in which there is only 1 0.
Third row.
First row we have 2 zeros, so leave it.
Second row
Second
also.
and
Yeah,
third.
second
Second
row.
and third.
Second and third.
Yeah.
One by one only, not cumulative. One by one. Second row first. Let us finish second row. Then this 0 is to be assigned. That means you put a square on that. On that you put a square. I have marked it red. Okay. You put a square. Let us compare these two one by one. So first row, 2 zeros are there, leave it. In the second row, there is only 1 0. That 0 is to be assigned a job. That means you put a square upon that 0. That means assigned. Then you verify in that column. You verify in that column if there is any 0. Any 0 in that column?
No, sir.
We have only 1, 4, and 4. Okay, leave it. If there is 0, what is to be done? I will tell you next. Okay. Now move on to the third row. Move on to the third row. How many zeros are there?
1.
So make an assignment there. You just to put a square upon that. Put this 0 within the square. Okay. Then see whether there is any 0 in that column.
Yes, there is.
Yes. You cross it out. Cross it out. Cross it out. Now move to the fourth row. Now you tell me how many zeros are there.
1. Actually, as we have crossed the other one.
So only 1 is there. You make an assignment there by putting a square upon it. You put a square upon this. Then see whether there is any zeros in the column.
Yes, 1.
Cross it out. Cross it out.
No. Okay. Above 1 is we need to cross it out. Okay.
Okay. Next row, fifth row, we have 2 zeros. So no allotment is to be made. Now all the rows have been verified and suitable assignment has been made. Now the same process is to be repeated now column wise. Column wise. Take the first column. Is there any 0 left there?
No.
No, already assigned.
Yes.
Second column.
Yes, 1 0.
You make an allotment there. Put a square upon that. And see in that row if there is any 0.
Yes.
Cross it out. Cross it out.
No.
Fourth column.
No.
Fifth column.
Yes, 1.
You make 0 uncancelled, not cancelled.
No, it's not there.
So over, no?
Yes.
Now it looks like this.
Yes, sir.
It is crossed out. It is allotted. It is allotted. It is allotted. It is crossed out. It is allotted. It is crossed out. Correct?
Sir.
Now
Yes.
you verify. All the rows have at least 1 0 assigned. One assignment.
Yes, sir. It's there.
Yeah.
All the zeros must have only 1 assignment. There should not be 2 assignments in any row. Only 1 assignment. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All the columns must have only 1 assignment. Next time.
Yeah, that is also there.
So this is the final solution. What is the meaning of this is?
Every job has 1 assignment.
What happened?
Every person has one assignment, like A, B, C, D, and one job to do.
Yes, yes. Now what happens? Worker A is assigned with the job number 5. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Below that, you find out the total assignment cost. Worker A is assigned with job 5. What is the cost for that job 5? What's the cost of job 5?
1.
Yes, you refer the table.
The 21.
No, first one.
1,
Job
1.
5. Job 1,
1.
1 rupee. 1 rupee. 1 rupee. Yes, 1 rupee. Similarly, you enter for other values. Worker B is given which job?
J1,
Job 1.
which
You
is
find out
0.
the cost there.
1.
Yes, 0.
0.
0.
Similarly, you enter other values.
C.
C is given
Job 4.
job 4. Yes.
Yes.
What is the cost of that?
2.
2. B is given
Job 3.
job 3. Cost of that?
1.
Yes, 1. And E is given
Job 2.
Job 2. Cost is
0.
E
Sorry.
is given job 2.
5.
Cost is 5. 5.
5.
Now the total cost. 5, 9 rupees total.
The cost we have to see in the very first matrix, right?
Yeah. Other things have been changed now. So the total cost is 9 rupees. You understand the problem now?
Yes, sir.
Now you take your study material, go to page number 168. 168. Work out the problem quickly, please, so that we can complete this now. We shall complete and close now. Then wait for some more time. Problem in page number 168. You get the answer. What happened? You are getting the answer or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are getting it. We are subtracting and try to normalize it.
Okay. Okay, do one thing. You just work out and complete that.
Sure.
Tell me tomorrow whether there is any doubt in that. Okay.
Sir, sir, this is the 168 one only, na? That 0, 1, 2, 3, the one problem.
168, I don't get you. What is that?
The page number 168 only,
Yeah,
sir,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
One you are saying, just 2 minutes, sir. 168, we are doing this operator 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, J1, J2, J3, J4, J5.
Yeah, yeah.
Hungarian algorithm straight away on the given table.
Yes,
That
yes,
is all.
yes.
Minimization model.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, sir.
Shall we discuss then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the class.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
sir.
Happy weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let us meet tomorrow.
Bye. Yeah, sure.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. You can discuss now.